Morning, Mr. Lee. Are you hearing me okay?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
I can, thank you. I was
Good
having
morning,
some
Mr.
issues the other day, but I think it's a bandwidth in the downtown area issue, not my equipment.
Perhaps you should get another band.
Well played.
Good morning, Miss Stevens. Can we check your sound?
Sure. It's nice to see you again, Mr. Lee. I think this is the first time with the cowboy hat, though.
Oh, but it's not the first.
Are you more casual for the DOT than for the PRC?
No, I've been wearing a hat for the PRC too.
I guess I haven't been here in a while.
Ask Mr. Herman.
I'll confirm it.
And I'm going to test my audio too. This is Samuel Ribble.
Thank you, Mr. Roybal. I can hear you just fine.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, Miss Miller.
Great. Thank you.
This is Randy Bartel. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I see that you've been
Morning.
testing your sound and and everybody can hear everyone and everyone can hear me.
Yes,
Yes.
Judge.
Yes.
Okay, great. We're going to give another minute for anyone else who may want to join. It is now 8:59. All right, I am going to start recording. All right, we are also streaming live on YouTube. If anyone has anyone who would like to watch on the YouTube, that's fine. All right, so we are now on the record, and today's date is May 28th, 2025, and the time is 9 o'clock. We are here today in the matter of the application of Elite Medical Transport LLC for a certificate to provide ambulance service, case number 24-00311-TR-M. My name is Donna Weissong, and I am the hearing examiner assigned to this case. This case is being conducted via the Zoom platform. It is also being live streamed via YouTube on the New Mexico Department of Transportation YouTube channel. If anyone experiences technical difficulties during the hearing, please call the number on the Zoom invitation immediately so that the hearing can be paused until you rejoin. This is a formal legal hearing and all the usual rules of behavior and decorum apply. A court reporter is present to make an official transcript of this hearing. And at this point, I'd like to have Mr. Lee introduce himself.
Good morning. My name is David Lee, and I'm the court reporter.
All right. Thank you for being here with us today. The court reporter will provide the only official transcript of the proceeding. All parties and witnesses should identify themselves before they begin speaking and should speak clearly and not talk over each other so that the court reporter can get all statements down. This hearing was requested by the protesters, the city of Las Cruces, Dona Ana County, and American Medical Response in conjunction with the application to provide ambulance service that was filed by Elite Medical Transport LLC on October 8th, 2024. Elite Medical Transport LLC, as the applicant, has the burden of proving all the items listed in NMSA Section 65-2A-13, paren C, close paren 1, close paren. The city of Las Cruces, Dona Ana County, and American Medical Response, as the protesters, have the burden of proving all the items listed in NMSA Section 65-2A-13, paren C, close paren 2, close paren. The burden of proof standard is preponderance of the evidence, which is when the facts presented are determined to be more likely than not to be true. I am the sole fact finder in this case, and therefore I will determine the credibility of the evidence and make the findings of fact and recommended decision, which will be presented to the Secretary of the New Mexico Department of Transportation for the issuance of a final order. Does anyone have any questions so far?
Madam Hearing Examiner, this is Anastasia Stevens on behalf of the City of Las Cruces. I do have a question. You mentioned early on that if there's a problem, technical problem, that we should call a number on the invitation. And I don't know whether the number, there's a whole series of numbers for Zoom. So I'm wondering if you could just read off the magic number that we should call in case of a crisis. Which I'm likely to cause if I try to share a document.
Okay, I tell you what, I'm going to give you the number of my summer law clerk, whose name is Dan Nguyen. He's with us from University of Nebraska, and he is wonderful. I'm going to give you his direct number. Please don't abuse that number. His number is 505-699-8271. And he will help you out. He's wonderful in the technology area, so he will help you out if you have any troubles.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions?
Madam Hearing Officer, this is Sam Roybal. At the pre-hearing, there was some discussion about the administrative code. And I just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware that the Compilation Commission is not the official keeper of the administrative code. So that's why the one source is not does not have the current rules for these proceedings. And so it is under the SCRA is the official keeper of those. So just so everybody's aware that we are proceeding under the rules that are listed for under the SCRA for the administrative code for under I think it's Article 9 for these matters.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Roybal. Yeah, I believe the person who had the question about that was Ms. Stevens. So, Ms. Stevens, did you find the correct rules, the current version of the rules?
Yes, I just wanted everybody else to be aware and you to be aware because I know you got the correct ones up on the DOT's website, and a lot of us do kind of default to Compilation Commission.
Okay. All right, so now we will begin the entry of appearance for all the parties. So who wants to go first?
I'm Randy
Mr.
Bartel,
Roybal.
hearing on behalf of the applicant,
Okay.
Elite Medical Transport.
Samuel Roybal with the General Counsel's Office for New Mexico Department of Transportation on behalf of Transportation Regulation Bureau.
Good morning. This is Susan Miller on behalf of American Medical Response protestant.
Good morning.
Also on the, I'm sorry. Also on the Zoom is Kenneth Lujan, who was one of the witnesses today.
Ah, okay. You just show. Madam Hearing Examiner, this is Anastasia Stevens on behalf of the City of Las Cruces and the Las Cruces Fire Department. I believe we have here Chief Michael Daniels, and Deputy Chief Sean Heck. And with your permission, they will stay on the Zoom meeting. If you want them to go to YouTube to watch, please let us know.
That's fine. They can stay on. Mhm. Okay. Seems like I'm missing one. I have Mr. Bartel, Mr. Roybal, Ms. Miller, and Ms. Stevens. Am I missing Mr. Herman? Okay.
Madam Hearing Examiner, Keith Herman with the Stelzner Law Firm on behalf of Doña Ana County. I was going to request periodic absences throughout the hearing. We don't have a witness to present and no exhibits, so our cross-examination will be limited, and I understand I'll be bound by any hearing examiner determinations made in my absence.
Okay, that's fine. All right. So let me go over a few rules. All attorneys should have. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Who's talking?
Yeah, this is John Newell.
Oh,
Also,
Mr. Newell.
on behalf of the Department of Transportation, although Sam Roybal is our lead counsel on this, and I'm just here more in an observational capacity.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Newell. All right. Do I have everybody now? All right, that looks good. All right, so all attorneys should have their video turned on at all times. The names on the screen should match the names of the participants. So for instance, right now, Mr. Newell, you have JNew01. So if you could change your screen name to, yes, there we go. And anybody else if you don't have your correct name on the screen, please change that and make sure that your witnesses have their correct names on the screen as well when they're talking. Okay, all participants should be muted when they are not talking to eliminate background noise. Everyone in the room should be visible. I know a couple of you said that you also have witnesses in the room with you. Is it possible for you to have them move to where we can see them? Does anybody else have anybody in the room with them?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I have witnesses here in my office. They're not in the same room with me. They're in a different
okay, I see.
room watching on Zoom.
Okay, that's fine. All right.
Examiner, I also have Rob Campion, who's appearing on screen. He's
Okay.
the applicant's main witness.
Okay. Is he in the room with you?
No, he's in his. He's
in another room. Okay. All right. No problem.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Examiner. I'm on Zoom with you. This is Rob Campion.
Okay, great. Good morning, Mr. Campion. All right. Now we're going to talk about the order of the witnesses. So I believe at our hearing that we had a week or so ago, we determined that the applicant was going to go first, and the applicant being Elite Medical Transport, and the order of witnesses will be number 1, Mr. Campion, number 2, Stormy Jackson, and number 3, David Schmidt. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and now who is going to go second? I know that I received a communication from Mr. Roybal indicating that Ms. Ortiz will not be available to testify today, so the DOT will go tomorrow. So who's going to go second today?
Madam Hearing Examiner, this is Anastasia Stevens. We did work this out, I think, yesterday online amongst council, and the city will go next with Deputy Chief Sean Heck first and Chief Michael Daniels second. And correct me if I'm wrong, everybody, we have AMR next with Mr. Casper, Mr. Lujan, and Mr. Gordon in that order.
That's correct.
Pastor, Mr. Lujan, and Mr. Gordon. Okay.
And then, as you mentioned, Ms. Ortiz for staff won't be available till tomorrow. So the expectation is that she will go last unless Mr. Roybal asks to, depending on where we're at, ask for her to go first in the day. And we also worked out on the order of cross-examination, if you'd like to hear that.
Okay, sure.
So the order of cross-examination for Elite's witnesses will be AMR first, city second, county third, staff last, and then, of course, elite redirecting. For the other witnesses, the order will be basically similar, with elite going first, and then AMR, the city, the county, and staff. Which of course, as if somebody's presenting the witnesses, the AMR or myself, we will slide to the end and do the redirect.
Okay.
Madam
All
Hearing,
right.
if I could ask one question on this point. So it was customary at the PRC for sort of counsel counsel for parties that had consistent interests not to be allowed to engage in friendly cross-examination. I don't think that that's a specific rule in your current hearing rules, but I'm wondering if that is going to be applied here today.
Yes, that's correct. No friendly cross-examination. We don't have time for it. So, yeah, that's correct.
Madam Hearing Officer, I'm not sure, I might have missed it, but that we're also, TRB would be cross-examining last.
Yes, they,
I
Yeah,
thought I got you.
yep. She got you.
Oh,
okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
I did not
Thank
want
you.
to slight you,
No,
Mr. Riddle.
And I appreciate Ms. Stevens coordinating that as well.
Okay. So, just checking now to confirm that, all of the witnesses that were listed on your witness list, they're all present, not, maybe not at this moment, but they're all will be present in the next day or two, right? We don't have any missing witnesses. Okay. Do we have a need for a special schedule based on availability or any sort of special needs that someone might have? I know Mr. Herman has indicated that he might be popping in and out, and that's fine. Is there anyone else where we have to have special schedule? I know Mr. Roybal said that his witness is not available till tomorrow, so we have that, so we're all good. Okay. Do we need to set time limits for the witnesses? Thoughts on that? If I find that it's going very long, I'll have to put them in. How about if we don't impose them at this point, but at some point, if I find that it's going too long, I'll impose some time limits. So I'll reserve that. All right, so let's discuss comfort breaks and lunch schedule. How long of a lunch does everybody want to take? Half an hour, 45 minutes, an hour? Less than that?
I'll say an hour.
I would request an hour simply because it's hard to get lunch here.
Okay. All right. We can take an hour. Why don't we just play it that wherever we are with the witnesses around, noontime, we'll break and take an hour for lunch. I also want to take at least every 2 hours, I want to take a 15-minute comfort break for everyone, and also especially the court reporter, so that he can stretch and keep him. We don't want to lose him. He might be the most important person on this call, on this hearing. So, okay. So we'll take a comfort break at around, probably, let's do it around 10:30, and then we'll come back and see where we are and go until we need to break for lunch. How, does anybody have any restriction on how late we can go today? I'm thinking 5 or 5:30 at least, probably. Mr. Herman?
Yes, I have childcare obligations starting about 5 o'clock.
Okay. All right. So you can work up to 5, or you need to be gone by 5?
I can work up to 5.
Okay. All right. Well, that's our hard stop then. We'll work till 5 o'clock. All right. All right. We'll go through some more rules. The rules of civil procedure are more relaxed in this hearing. As a hearing officer, I have the discretionary ability to ask my own questions of the witnesses in order to develop a full record. If I ask my own questions, I will allow the parties to follow up with redirect and recross questions. We've already gone over the order of cross-exam, and also direct exam. So we've got all that. So no witnesses except, okay. We decided at the pre-conference hearing that we would not invoke the rule. So I'm going to cross all that out. Unless somebody wants to invoke the rule, and we'll kick everybody out who's not immediately testifying. All right. So we are going into exhibits. Were all of the exhibits to be used today sent to dot.tra@dot.nm.gov in advance of the hearing?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I certainly hope so. We had to break ours up into several emails, but
I
think
know. Yeah. I apologize for that. They are working on getting me either a Dropbox or something similar so that hopefully by the time we have the next hearing, we will have that, because it was cumbersome for you guys and it was cumbersome for me as well. So they are working on that. And I appreciate you all, your patience in dealing with that last week. All right.
Mr. Bartel, this is Ms. Stevens. I found when I was working in cross-examination this weekend that a few pages of yours, in the last version, the last uploaded version, at least as I uploaded it and downloaded it and moved it in some cases, a few cases, the alternating page numbers don't show. I ended up having to like cite the page before or the page after to get to a place. I'm not sure whether that's a problem with the way I downloaded it or the way you uploaded it. I don't think it's big, and I don't think it's going to affect anybody. Obviously, nobody else is jumping up and screaming. I had that issue, but I just wanted to alert you to that. I thought about doing it yesterday, but I figured, it ended up being like one question I have for Mr. Campion.
if I might, Madam Hearing Examiner, Ms. Stevens, are you talking about the Bates numbering on the
The
bottom?
Bates numbering, yeah, the Bates numbering. And I was thinking, oh no, they've lost every every odd and even number, but it was not. It was for specific documents or portions of documents, and I think it was
Unaware,
probably
but
the big application, which is a monster. And I hope nobody has that problem with our documents, but I did see that.
I am going to go in and check right now the documents we have. And you said specifically it was the application?
I
As well?
believe so. Believe so.
Okay. So
You know where it was? It was around like page 156 or so, where Mr. Campion's statement of need appeared. I think that was where I was having the problem. I'm going by memory right now, but that was where I was having
okay, you said it was around page what?
150, 155, 156, thereabouts. It's the Campion statement of intent and need or something like that.
I think it's 159,
It's
E159. Is that what you're?
I'm going, as I said, I'm going from memory, but that
Okay.
was what I think I was referring to, and I had to refer to the next page. Hold on a second, I can.
Okay, I'm at 159, 160, 161, 162. Oh, wait.
Maybe it's before there. Maybe Miss Miller's probably correct. That it's 150.
There are a few pages where they were in landscape format, and I think the Bates number went up to the right. So sometimes if you're looking at one of those pages, I think sometimes the Bates goes to the bottom of the landscape format.
Oh, maybe I missed it.
Otherwise, I'm just looking
Yeah,
at
that's what I'm seeing too.
It's in the wrong, it's just in a funny place.
It seems to be correct, but if there are missing numbers, please let me know. We'll strive to fix it.
Okay, I'm sorry. I hope I'm mistaken.
Okay. All right, well, we will certainly, if you discover anything during the course of the hearing, call our attention to it, and we'll make sure that that's correct. All right, so we're getting ready to begin. All evidence is subject to appropriate and timely objections. For clarity of record, please state objection and only state the grounds for the objection once I've recognized you. Possible responses, you know what these are. You're all pros at this. Restate the question, opinion testimony, hearsay testimony. I will say that I will allow I'm going to be very generous with allowing hearsay evidence, but I will not rely on it exclusively in making any determination. And therefore, if any party wants to make a standing objection to all hearsay, for instance, then you're welcome to do so at the beginning so that you're not having to make it continuously and slow things down. So so does everybody understand that? Okay.
So,
All right. I may exclude evidence and limit repetitive or unduly cumulative evidence with or without objection. In addition, I may take administrative notice of laws, court orders, official agency records, and department orders, filings, and records. All right. So, right now, do we need to go through the exhibits? Do you want to have them entered at this point, or do you want to have them entered at the time that you begin your witness testimony?
Madam Hearing Examiner, we did talk about this a little bit during the pre-hearing conference.
Refresh my memory.
We discussed, notifying others of any objections by last Friday. I didn't get notice of any objections, nor did I send any objections to the exhibit lists that I saw. So in the interest of saving time, perhaps if there are any actual exhibit objections, maybe we could discuss those. So on behalf of Elite, I will declare that we have no objections to the exhibits that have been proffered by any of the other parties.
Okay. Ms. Stevens, do you have any objections?
No. Oh, I
Okay.
think am I muted? No.
Okay.
No, we don't.
Okay, great. Mr. Herman, do you have any objections?
Not at this time. I just, my preference on getting them admitted is that we admit exhibits as they're identified and foundation is laid, and then cross-examination or direct examination on those exhibits commences.
Okay. All right, let's see, Ms. Miller.
yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, AMR does have objections to Elite's Exhibit B7, as well as Elite's Exhibit B6, which is a video of a March 10th, 2025 work session. It was a closed session meeting between the City Council and Doña Ana County Commission. That, along with the transcript, AMR would object on. I know you said you were going to be generous with hearsay, but I would object on the grounds that the transcript and the video are more prejudicial than probative. It's a closed session. AMR was not invited to that meeting, didn't get an opportunity to speak at that meeting to defend itself. And so I would object to that being admitted as evidence in this hearing.
Okay, thank you for that. I will wait to rule on that until we get up to that testimony. So remind me again. Mm-hmm.
And along the same lines, I would also object to Exhibit B8, which is a slide presentation that was given at that meeting on liquidated damages. For the same reasons.
Okay, so it's the meeting itself, the transcript of the meeting, and the slide that they pulled from the PowerPoint exhibit. Got it.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. All right.
Madam Hearing Examiner, may I ask a question here?
Sure.
I'm just such an old dinosaur, I guess, about doing things the way they do them at the PRC. So I thought that the objections were, the general question about whether we objected to admission of evidence was the actual pre-filed testimonies with the exhibits attached to those, and that the long list of exhibits, and mine list is like 18 of them, were basically to be used and admitted as we go if they were used. And I believe that might be the case with other parties, Elite and AMR, including discovery responses. So I guess I'm just asking for clarification. I know that you ruled at the pre-hearing conference very wisely, because we struggle with this at the PRC all the time, that you would take the whole document and only look at the parts that were examined on. But I don't even know whether we need to lard up the record with those bits and pieces of stuff. Many of mine are rules that are really administrative notice matters rather than evidentiary ones. So I would just like you to clarify whether this kind of generic ruling about admissibility goes to pre-filed exhibits with their attachments, or everything on each party's exhibit list.
So what I'm hearing, the preference is, and that's fine with me, it's kind of my preference too, is that we will just rule on the exhibits as you use them. So as you indicated, there may be some that is on your list that you decide not to use. And so we will just take the exhibits as you get to them and ask for them to be admitted.
Thank
But
you.
I'm
You don't
glad-
have to
Yeah,
teach just old dog new tricks.
yeah. All right.
Appreciate that.
All right. So are there any preliminary matters that we need to address before we get underway? Preliminary motions or any stipulations? Okay. Are we ready to begin? Oh, I have to read this about the public comments. We do not have any public comments to be read into the record. So we are ready to begin. Would the parties like to make a brief opening statement limited to 2 minutes?
Sure. I
Okay.
always like the opportunity to open, Madam Hearing Examiner. Thank you.
Okay. 2 minutes.
On behalf of the applicant, Elite Medical Transport, the reason that this application was filed was because Elite became aware that there was a problem in the interfacility transport area of the EMS system in Doña Ana County. They has been attested to by Mr. Campion, were called 122 times and performed 122 transports between March and December of 2024. They were actually called more times than that. But as he explained and testified, they were unable to take those calls in large part because of the fact that they were responding from their base station in Deming. So that highlights the problem of, as has been suggested by some of the other witnesses in this case, that the problem is acknowledged but can be addressed simply by a mutual aid arrangement. Our contention is, and I think the evidence will show, that is not an adequate solution. You need a stationing point in Doña Ana County to efficiently respond to the calls for service, because requiring providers like Elite to come in from out of county and to make a specific trip into the county to perform a given call is inefficient and is not going to enlarge the capacity of the system. The other showing that we believe we need to make and have made is that, in point of fact, there is a serious unmet public need for additional capacity. Not only do we have the direct experience of Elite, but we have presented 2 witnesses who are users of the system, who are reporting very extended wait times for their patients because of delayed response for interfacility transports, and that has consequences potentially for the patient as well as for the facility, because the hospitals and the clinics around the county need to have their floors cleared when they have incoming patients. If there's a patient waiting to be moved to another facility and that is delayed for hours and hours, then no incoming patients can be received potentially. So it clogs up the system and it causes inefficiencies all up and down the line. And on the issue of whether or not allowing Elite to operate in Doña Ana County will cause some kind of harm to AMR, our contention is that exactly the opposite would result. If there was additional capacity on the interfacility transport level of operations, then AMR would be freed up. Its units would be more available to do 911 work, which would have the beneficial effect of allowing AMR to more consistently meet the response time targets that are set forth in the professional services agreement, as well as avoid additional claimed liquidated damages. So we think that all of the statutory elements are met by Elite's application in this case, and based on the evidence that you will receive, we believe that you will be convinced that the application should be granted.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bartel. Would anyone else like to make an opening statement?
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, I'll make a brief statement on behalf of AMR. It's AMR's position in this case, and AMR has protested based on the grounds that Elite's application doesn't meet a public need at this time. The way the application is worded, it's for a full ambulance service in Doña Ana County. That is not what is needed in Doña Ana County. There may be a need for assistance with non-medical, non-emergency transfer service for certain IFTs. There are facilities in Doña Ana County that are using, or in the past have been using, the 911 system, and for transfers that don't require any medical care. There's no medical monitoring needed. And those types of transfers are sometimes AMR gets inundated with those things. And so AMR does see a need for non-emergency transfer, but not what Elite is proposing here. What Elite is proposing is for a full ambulance service to do unlimited IFT or interfacility transfers, unlimited 911 transfers between AMR and the county and the city of Las Cruces. 911 is not what is needed here. And AMR does not believe that Elite's application is tailored to the public need that exists in Doña Ana County. Further bringing in a whole new ambulance company into the county will cause financial harm to AMR, potentially compromising its 911 service, as well as it'll substantially cut into the interfacility transfer service already being offered by AMR. And will cause financial harm. And so those are the bases for AMR's protest.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Miller. Would anyone else like to make an opening statement?
Madam Hearing Examiner, this is Anastasia Stevens.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to just briefly, not with all the detail, somewhat echo AMR statement. Is our concern is that we truly do not know what services AMR Elite is proposing to provide in Doña Ana County, and maybe even equally importantly, what services it is proposing not to provide. And that raises both practical and legal questions under the statutes and regulations that you administer.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Stevens. Mr. Herman, do you wish to?
Thank you, Madam Examiner. Yes, I'll be brief and just say that the county has echoed similar concerns as AMR and the city in our protest. We're concerned about the impact of this certificate on existing services. And ultimately, the county's position is that we want to see services improved, be it by AMR or Elite. And definitely not have an impact, a negative impact on both the 911 system and the healthcare system overall. Secondarily, the county has concerns about impacts under the Indigent Healthcare Services Act, NMSA 2751 through 18. And we'll brief more on that later, and we'll seek some of our questions. But essentially, the county has obligations to provide indigent health care, and that's something we've contracted with AMR to provide. And through cross-examination, we'll explore Elite's plans with regard to those funds and their impact on 911 service, and otherwise we hope to have a productive and informative fact-finding hearing.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Herman. And Mr. Roybal, or Mr. Newell, I guess it's Mr. Roybal would do the opening. Do you have anything you'd like to say?
Nothing at this, no.
Okay, all right. Also, I apologize, Mr. Roybal. I forgot to ask you if you had any objections to any of the witnesses. Sorry about that.
To the exhibits, no, we do not. We do not.
Okay, all right. All right, well, then we are ready to begin the testimony and evidence phase of the hearing. So, Mr. Bartel, I believe you are up first with your client.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. At this time, I would call Rob Campion to testify.
Okay, Mr. Campion, where are you? I can't see you on my screen.
Hello,
There you are.
good morning.
Okay. All right. If you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please identify yourself, spell your name for the court reporter, and tell us where you are testifying from.
Hi, good morning. My name is Robert Campion, RobertCampion. I am the president of Elite Medical Transport, and I am currently testifying from Seattle, Washington.
Thank you. And is there anyone else in the room there with you?
No, ma'am, there is not.
Okay. Great. All right, Mr. Bartel, your witness.
Mr. Campion, do you have before you a copy of the exhibit that is your direct testimony in this matter, labeled as EMT B2?
Yes, I do.
Is that a true, correct copy of the testimony that you offered by way of direct testimony in this case?
Yes, that is.
Do you have any corrections to make to this testimony at this time?
I do have one correction that needs to be made in the rebuttal testimony on page 6.
Campion,
line
we'll talk about that next.
Oh,
Let's just
okay.
focus on exhibit B2, please. Any correction to direct testimony?
No, there are not.
All right, then I move the admission of EMT exhibit B2.
Okay, are there any objections? Okay, admitted.
Mr. Campion, now would you take a look at the exhibit which has been marked as EMT B5? That is your rebuttal testimony. Do you have a copy of that before you?
Yes, I do.
And as to the rebuttal testimony, are there any changes or corrections that you need to make?
Yes, there are. Page 6, line 12. There is a statement that says that this is intended to be a business plan. That is a typo, and that is not intended to be a business plan.
Is that the only change you needed to make?
Yes.
With that change noted, do you adopt exhibit EMTB 5 as your rebuttal testimony in this case?
Yes, I do.
I pass the witness for cross-examination. Well, wait a minute. Let me move the admission of exhibit EMTB 5.
Are there any objections?
Madam Hearing Examiner, the only objection that AMR has is to the attachments. Same objection that I had raised before. They attached the slide and transcript from the March 10 meeting minutes from the joint session of the City Council and the County Commission. And I would just ask that those attachments not be considered for the truth of the matter asserted. And they are more prejudicial than probative.
Madam Hearing Examiner, if I may, I think that these are questions which will be addressed by testimony from other witnesses in this case. So I would ask the hearing examiner to reserve ruling on the admission of those exhibits, which I think correspond to the list that Ms. Miller had identified earlier as attachments to the rebuttal testimony, because I think that subsequent testimony in this case will probably address a lot of that.
Okay, I will reserve ruling on that. So, but the testimony itself without the exhibits is admitted without objection. Correct? Okay.
Correct.
All right. All right. He has passed the witness for examination, and the first person to cross-exam will be AMR.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Good morning, Mr. Campion. How are you today?
I'm well. Good morning, Ms. Miller.
Good. Sounds like you can hear me okay.
Yes, I can.
Okay. Mr. Campion, you're the president of Elite Medical Transport, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. If Elite's application as filed with the DOT is granted, you'll agree that Elite will be permitted to provide any type of ambulance service, including interfacility transfers and 911 emergency transfers, correct? That's what Elite
Yes,
is
ma'am.
applying for?
To answer your first question, if the DOT grants the certificate to Elite with no limitations or stipulations, then yes, Elite would be granted full service authority to operate as an ambulance provider.
And if Elite's application is granted, Elite will be providing full ambulance service, but will have no contractual obligations to either the city or the county regarding its ambulance service, correct?
That would be correct. Yes, ma'am.
And if Elite's application is granted, it will be able to take as many 911 calls as it wants to, as long as it has sufficient equipment and staff available, correct?
Elite is not a part of the 911 system and would not be dispatched by MRVDA, nor would we accept calls from the general public to provide ambulance services. We refer those to the 911 system. So there would be limits to 911 referrals that we would receive.
Okay, so what you're saying is Elite would not take 911 calls if the application is granted?
There wouldn't be a mechanism to do so. If someone were to dial 911 in Doñana County, it would be routed to the appropriate PSAP, Public Safety Answering Point, which is MRVDA. MRVDA would dispatch Las Cruces Fire Department or AMR, who are the 911 providers. Unless Elite had a mutual aid agreement and was requested under mutual aid, we would not respond.
Okay. So at the current time, even though Elite's application would grant it full ambulance service, Elite has no plans to answer any 911 calls. Is that correct?
Unless requested by mutual aid.
With respect to interfacility transfers, if Elite's application is granted, would you agree that Elite would not be obligated to take every interfacility transfer call in Doña Ana County?
The Elite would be able to provide service to the degree that it is capable. My understanding of New Mexico DOT rules is that we would have to, as part of our certificate of authority, respond to requests for service based on our capability to respond.
But at the same time, Elite could choose not to respond to an interfacility transfer call, for example, for an uninsured patient, and say it doesn't have enough units available. Is that correct?
In a nefarious scenario, that could occur.
Also, Elite could choose to take any IFT call that will pay out, for example, like a long distance transfer or patients with private insurance. Elite could choose to take those calls, correct?
Elite could choose to take those as well, correct?
And are you aware that under the professional services agreement between AMR and the city of Las Cruces, that AMR is required to meet certain response times for 911 calls, or it could be subject to monetary penalties?
Yes, ma'am, I'm aware of that in the PSA.
Okay. And if Elite's application is granted, I know you said Elite's not planning to take 911, but in the event that it does take 911 calls, it would not be obligated to, or it would not be subject to any monetary penalties or prolonged response times, correct?
No, ma'am, it would not. It's not subject to the PSA.
Would you agree that if Elite's application is granted, there's no statute, regulation, or contractual obligation to prevent Elite from acquiring the units and staff to take most or even all of the 911 calls in Doña Ana County?
Can you restate that question for me one more time?
Sure, yeah. Would you agree that there would be no statute, regulation, or contractual obligation to prevent Elite from acquiring the units and staff to take most or even all of the 911 calls in Doña Ana County? If it's
I would actually
here.
disagree with that statement. Randy, go ahead.
Let me object, Mr. Campion, just for the record. To the extent that that is calling for a legal conclusion, I do object, as this witness is not an attorney and is not qualified to comment on the full statutory and regulatory framework in the state of New Mexico for ambulance service.
Okay. Ms. Miller?
Yes. I realize that the witness is not an attorney, but he is the president of Elite Medical Transport, which is an ambulance company. So he is likely generally familiar with requirements. I'm just asking him, to the extent of his own personal knowledge, whether he can answer that question.
Okay, I'll allow it. Also, can you restate the question again? Because I was a little confused by it as well. So,
Okay.
yeah, please.
Sure. Do you agree there would be no statute, regulation, or contractual obligation that would prevent Elite from acquiring the units and staff to take most or even all of the 911 calls in Doñana County if its application is granted? To the extent you know.
Yes. To the extent that I know, I disagree with that statement. The PSA gives AMR and Las Cruces Fire Department the response authority to 911 calls that come through the PSAP from having any access or knowledge to 911 calls that were available.
Okay, but Elite wouldn't be subject to that agreement, correct?
Correct. Elite's not part of that agreement.
And Elite will not be receiving any subsidy from the city or the county for its ambulance service in Doñana County if its application is granted?
That is correct. There will be no subsidy received.
You state in your direct testimony at page 3, lines 1 through 3, and that's base number B0474, that if Elite's application is granted, it would increase staffing by 24 FTEs to have 3 units available 24/7. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You also indicate at page 3 of your direct testimony that you are aware there's a national staffing shortage for EMTs and paramedics, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you agree that those staffing shortages exist in southern New Mexico, including Doñana County?
Yes, ma'am.
And at page 3, lines 4 through 9, you testify that some of your existing EMTs live in Doñana County, but work in El Paso or Deming, and they have expressed a desire to transfer to Doñana County. However, you did not say how many of your EMTs would be willing to transfer to Doñana County, correct?
No, ma'am. I did not state that in the testimony.
In your rebuttal testimony at page 13, lines 1 through 8, I'll give you a chance to, and it's base number B0504. You state
Yes,
that,
ma'am.
I'm sorry?
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. You state that Elite will also have to recruit additional EMTs if the application is approved. Will Elite also have to recruit paramedics if the application is approved?
Yes, ma'am. In order to provide advanced life support, we will need paramedics.
So, Elite will have to recruit basic, intermediate, and paramedic EMTs that are willing to work in Doñana County, correct?
That is correct.
And you are aware that Elite would be competing with AMR to hire basic, intermediate, and paramedic EMTs to work in Doñana County?
Yes, ma'am. We will be competing with the local labor pool.
And are you aware that Elite's recruiting from Doñana County could very likely make it more difficult for AMR to hire EMTs?
Jack calls it speculation.
Yeah, overruled. I mean, not overruled, sustained.
Okay. Are you aware that AMR has challenges in recruiting personnel to serve as EMTs and paramedics in Doñana County?
I am not familiar with the human resources challenges that AMR faces.
In your direct testimony, turning back to, I believe it's Exhibit B2, lines 4 through 7, base number B-0473. You indicate that if the application is approved, Elite will immediately bring on an additional 4 units to serve Doñana County, correct?
Yes, ma'am, with the clarification that one of those units will be a reserve unit to provide service during times of scheduled or unscheduled maintenance.
Okay. At this time, I would like to bring up what AMR has introduced as Exhibit E4.
E4.
Yes. I'll give everybody a chance to turn to that. Mr. Campion, do you have that in front of you, or do you want me to share the screen? I'm not sure if I can share it until it's been introduced.
Are you able to tell me the name of the document?
Absolutely. It is Elite's response to the City of Las Cruces' first set of interrogatories and requests for production of documents to Elite Medical Transport.
Bear with me one moment. I have a lot of papers.
Whose exhibit was this?
This was AMR's exhibit.
AMR's exhibit. Okay.
I believe the city has this exhibit as well, but I'm pulling up AMR's exhibit E4.
Gotcha. Thank you.
I do not have that in front of me, but if you can bring it up or tell me what the city's exhibit number would be, I can look at it.
Sure, let me. Okay. It would be the city's exhibit number C3.
Okay, so that's the city's exhibit. So we're not going to are we going to admit that now, or are we going to save it for the city, or how are we going to do this? What would you like to do? Would you like to admit it, or are you just going to ask him some questions about it? What do you?
Yeah, I wanted to ask questions about that, but he doesn't have a copy of AMR's exhibit in front of him. So
Okay. All right. We can have you bring it up. Ms. Stevens, are you okay? I mean, she's referring to your exhibit. So
I guess, Madam Hearing Examiner, if everybody would be okay with admitting Exhibit E4, I can pull it up on the screen and just ask him the questions.
And I
okay, so
expect it's the same document. I just don't know for certain. I haven't sat down to figure out whether, what exactly AMR pulled up versus what I pulled up.
okay, let's have her pull it up, and then we'll talk about whether it's admitted.
Okay, I can do that. Let me share screen.
You said, does she have? Is she able to share the screen? Okay.
Can you all hold on? Let me scroll to the top here so you can see what it is. Can you all see that?
No, I don't see anything.
I can see it. This is the court report.
Okay.
Over here.
Before closing my audio, I'll say this is Anastasia Stevens. I can see it.
I can't see it.
Madam Hearing Officer, this is Sam Roybal. I think if you, your Zoom probably has 2 windows. One is everybody's face, and then one is the screen share.
Okay. There we go. Okay, there it is. Thank
Is
you.
everyone else seeing it?
Ms. Miller, I can see it.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, this is AMR Exhibit E4, Elite's response to the City of Las Cruces' first set of interrogatories and requests for production. Have you seen this document before?
Yes, I have.
And were you involved in responding to these discovery requests by the city?
Yes, I was.
Okay. I would ask for the admission of Exhibit E4.
No objections.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Elite does not object.
Okay, and does anyone else object? Okay, it's admitted.
Okay. I'm going to scroll down to this Elite's response to CLC 1-5. Sorry if I'm making you dizzy. I don't know how to do that. Okay. So this is interrogatory request for production CLC 1-5. And I'm going to scroll down to subsection E. The city had requested from Elite to provide copies of any leases, options, purchase agreements, or other arrangements or measures that Elite has undertaken to enable it to procure additional ambulances and a site in Doña Ana County for stationing them if its application were granted. And in response, Elite produced what they labeled as Exhibit 3, which appears at Bates number E76 of Exhibit E4. Scroll down here. Sorry, okay. Okay. And this document, E76, is, can you tell us what this document is?
That's an invoice for ambulances that we purchased last year.
Okay. And in your testimony, you had indicated that there were ambulances purchased by Elite that were earmarked for use in Doña Ana County.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me where they are earmarked for use in Doña Ana County?
Our own internal fleet allocation.
Okay. So it's not on any of the documents that were produced in response to this discovery request?
No, ma'am. And since that time, May of 2024, additional ambulances have been procured for the use of the company. And, those specific VINs may not end up in Doña Ana County. It may be newer assets that we've purchased since then.
Okay. So is it your testimony that the 3 ambulances that were purchased that show up on this invoice may not be used in Doña Ana County?
They may be used or may not be used in Doña Ana County.
But in any case, this invoice that you produced shows that there are 3 ambulances purchased from, is it Ambulance Network?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And those ambulances already have a significant number of miles on them, specifically 208,247 miles for this 2019 Ford Transit, correct?
That is the odometer reading at the time. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at the time of purchase, the second one had 202,649 miles on it.
That is correct.
And the third ambulance had 194,701 miles on it, correct?
That is correct.
Have these ambulances since been used, and are there more miles on them now?
Two of them have been placed into service.
Okay, do you know which two?
Yes, the one labeled 3607 and the one labeled 3609.
Okay, so the top two have already been used in other areas that Elite services, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm gonna pull this up again, but I'm gonna stop sharing right now because okay, and in terms of a stationing point, Elite currently has no stationing point in Doñana County, correct?
That is correct.
And Elite has not produced any documentation in this proceeding for an arrangement for a stationing point, correct?
No, ma'am.
In your rebuttal testimony at page 7, which is exhibit B5, you refer to IFT stakeholder meeting minutes, which is CLC exhibit 1-8A through D, as confirming that a public need exists for ambulance service in Doñana County. Is that correct?
Ms. Miller, for clarification, are you citing a specific line in the rebuttal testimony that I can reference?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I am looking at lines 15 through 17.
Thank you. I'm there.
Okay. And here you state furthermore, Chief Hex notes produced to EMT on March 5th, 2025, and attached to his testimony as CLC exhibit 1-8A through D, documentation information released during the IFT planning committee meetings that confirm that a public need exists. So my question
Yes,
is,
that's what.
You refer to those meeting minutes as evidence that a public need exists, correct?
Yes, ma'am, we do.
Have you attended any of the IFT stakeholder meetings?
No, ma'am, I have not.
Okay. So you don't know anything about the accuracy of any of the information written in those meeting minutes, correct?
I cannot attest to the accuracy of the information in those minutes.
Okay. And so it's fair to say that you don't know if the information in those meeting minutes is accurate?
I was not in attendance at those meetings, so I could not testify to the accuracy of the minutes.
And as far as your reference to the March 10, 2025 joint meeting of the Doñana County Commission and the Las Cruces City Council in your testimony, you were not present at that meeting, correct?
I was not present, but I have viewed the meeting in its entirety on YouTube.
Okay. And would you agree that that was a closed meeting that the public was not invited to?
No, ma'am, I would not. They called for public comment during the meeting. The meeting was posted as an open meeting, and they began the meeting with the pets of the week for the public.
But would you agree that no one from AMR was at that meeting?
I did not see anyone from AMR attend that meeting on the video that I viewed.
Okay. And would you agree that you have no idea whether any of the information that was presented regarding liquidated damages was, you don't have any personal knowledge about any of the accuracy of any of the information presented at that meeting?
No, I can only attest to what I saw in the video and what was presented by the city attorney and the assistant county manager.
So you know what people said, but you don't know if what they said was accurate. Is that correct? You don't have any personal knowledge of that?
I do not.
At this time, I want to pull up Exhibit E7. And I don't know if you have this in front of you, Mr. Campione. It is Elite supplemental response to Doña Ana County's first set of interrogatories and requests for production of documents. Do you happen to have that in front of you?
I may, as I stated, I have a lot of paper. In the interest of time, it may be easier just to bring it up on the screen.
Okay. But I'll propose that I will ask if anyone has an objection to admitting this exhibit, AMR Exhibit E7.
Okay. So we've already referenced E4. That was the first evidence that you brought up on the screen. And now we're looking at E7. So, okay, so we admitted E4 and now we're looking at E7. Are there any objections?
No objections from Elite.
Okay, we're admitting E7. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm going to pull it up here. Okay. Are you all, I'm not sure what you all are seeing. Are you seeing the supplemental responses on your screen?
Yes, I'm seeing it.
Okay.
I am as well.
Okay. And Mr. Campione, did you have any role in responding to these discovery requests from Doña Ana County?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Scrolling down to interrogatory. Sorry. DAC 1-2. Elite was asked to provide all documents relating to Elite Medical Transport's performance history, including but not limited to, and specifically I'm looking at subparts A, performance reports, audits, or evaluations conducted by any third party or regulatory body. And in response to that request, Elite stated it had no responsive documents, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. In response to subsection B, provide all documents relating to Elite Medical Transport's performance history, including but not limited to data on response times for non-emergency medical transports over the past 3 years. In your supplemental response, Elite provided documents Bates numbered EMT 0060 through 00405, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm going to scroll down to that document, which starts at Bates number E0160. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And can you tell me what this document is?
So that appears to be a response time report that is broken out by date of service, response mode, Well, actually, if we look, it's our New Mexico operations between the specified dates, what the ordering facility is or is not, the time the call was taken, when they arrived at scene, the response time, the run number. So it's data on runs that we've performed.
Okay. And is this data on all the counties where Elite operates?
No, ma'am. This appears to exclude the Deming Fire Department and Hidalgo County 911 service, which may be provided in a separate report.
Okay. But this is Elite's own data on response times in its current service territories, correct? Other than the ones you just mentioned.
Yes, that's correct.
And I'm not going to go through all of these because it's a very long document, but there's just a few of these entries I wanted to ask you about. And the first one is on, I'll scroll down to EMT 00165. So I should probably use there's two sets of Bates numbers on here. It might be confusing. So what I wanted to scroll down to was Elite's original Bates number 00165. Oops, sorry. Okay. Looking at a few of these entries, look at the third entry down. This, I'm looking at this line, it's run 4961. And the column that's labeled taken time, is that the time that a call was taken?
Yes, ma'am. That's the time that the call is identified as a request for transport in our dispatch center.
Okay. And then the column that says at scene, is that the time that the unit arrived at the scene?
That is correct.
Okay. And the response time, that's the amount of time it took to get to that call. Is that correct?
That is simply just a mathematical equation looking at the time difference between the taken time and the at scene time. And
Okay.
for example, that's a BLS non-emergency transport that may have been scheduled to be picked up 3 hours after they called.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part. You're breaking up just a little bit.
I'm sorry. Yes. The example that you're citing is a BLS non-emergency transport. That may have been called in at 16:27, but a requested pickup time for later, depending on bed availability, patient needs. Sometimes they need an X-ray. So that may have been pre-scheduled.
Okay, but there's no, are you referring to run number 4942?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, I wanted to look at run number 4961. It looks like the response time, or the time that it took Elite to arrive at the scene is that 7 hours, 59 minutes and 6 seconds?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. And then if we look down at run number 4982, there's a response time of 20 hours, 11 minutes and 45 seconds, correct?
That's correct. Again, BLS non-emergency, it may have been set up in advance.
Okay. And even though there's no indication listed under late reason why it took that long, it's not necessarily because Elite couldn't respond on time. There could be other reasons why it took 20 hours between the time of the call and when Elite arrived at the scene, correct?
Yes, ma'am. It was a broad request for data, and a broad request ended up with a broad response. Each one of
Sure.
those is a story.
Right. So I guess what I'm trying to ask is, just because it appears to have an extended response time of some of these are 20 hours, 25 hours, 13 hours. That doesn't necessarily mean that Elite didn't have the capability of responding sooner. It could have been the circumstances that prevented the response time from being shorter than that, correct?
Yes.
And then I wanted to turn to page EMT set 00070. Sorry. Okay. Good. Oops. Okay. And I specifically wanted to look at run number 26004. And just so we can scroll back up and look at the columns here. The response time for run number 26004 appears to be 1,295 hours and 46 minutes and 35 seconds, correct?
Yes, ma'am. That appears to be correct.
And so this response time indicated on this sheet doesn't necessarily mean it took Elite over 1,200 hours to get to call because they didn't have enough units available. It could have been a scheduled call, or another reason why the response time was that long, correct?
Yes, ma'am. That appears to be a pre-scheduled wait and return trip based on the data that I'm looking at.
Okay. Even though there's no late reason indicated in this document, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Hearing. My question for you would be, do you think those kind of response times that are scattered throughout the report that we just looked at are indicative of a public need for another ambulance company to provide additional services in Elite's current service areas?
No, ma'am. In evaluating need in a service area, one wouldn't certainly go off of one data point.
All right, turning to page 6 of your direct testimony. Sorry, let me pull that up. Okay, and I'm looking at lines 11 through 18.
Okay,
And
what
this is
page number is it?
Bates number B0477.
Thank you.
Let's see. You testify that according to data provided by the city to the city of Las Cruces, their 2024 RFP for ambulance service, there are 6,771 interfacility transports annually, correct?
Yes, ma'am. That's what they identified in their RFP.
Okay. And if that's true, just doing the math, dividing by the number of months in the year, amounts to approximately 564 transports per month, correct?
That sounds correct. Yes.
Okay. You don't have to calculate that. I'm just generally asking. And according to your testimony, right here at page 6, lines 11 through 18, Elite expects to provide service for 50 to 60% of the IFT calls in Doña Ana County. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And according to your testimony, that amounts to approximately 3,400 to 3,900 IFTs per year, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you also state that, scrolling down to lines 15 through 17, that you expect that handling 3,400 to 3,900 IFTs per year would augment and not supplant a significant portion of AMR's interfacility transport service, correct?
That is my assertion, correct.
Okay. And turning back to Exhibit E4, which is Elite's responses to the City of Las Cruces' first set of requests for production. I'll pull that up again. And I'm specifically looking at CLC 1-2A. And I'll put it on the screen after I find it so I don't make you dizzy. Okay. Are you able to see this interrogatory request for production CLC 1-2?
Yes, I can.
Okay. This interrogatory asked, referring to your direct testimony and the testimony of Elite's other witnesses, Stormy Jackson and David Schmidt, provide the following information as well as copies of documents that support or explain your responses. And I'm looking at subsection A. In light of Elite's direct testimony to the effect that beginning in March 2023, Elite conducted 122 interfacility transfers in Doña Ana County in coordination with AMR and turned down 236 more such requests for a variety of reasons. Explain why Elite appears to believe that performing 3,400 to 3,900 interfacility transports annually in Doña Ana County would augment existing interfacility transfer services provided by AMR rather than supplant a significant portion of AMR's internal facility transfer services. And scrolling down to Elite's response, Elite objected to answering that request, correct?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and Elite stated that that it does not intend to supplant AMR's operations in any way, and that's what your testimony had said, right?
To this day, yes, ma'am. That is our testimony.
Okay. Are you aware of the current total IFT call volume per month in Doñana County?
Yes, ma'am. Based on the information provided in the RFP, based on the notes that are provided by the IFT Planning Committee, they corroborate that there is approximately 67 to 6,800 IFTs performed by ground ambulance annually.
And I'm not referring to the 2024 RFP that was sent out in the beginning of 2024. I'm asking about current IFT volume.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. The IFT notes and the information provided by AMR, correlate with a number of approximate interfacility transfers of about 6,800 per year.
So it's your testimony that the IFT stakeholder meeting minutes indicate that there's a current IFT, the current number of IFTs in Doñana County is 6,800 per month?
No, ma'am, that's annually. The
Okay.
notes and the memo provided by AMR indicate that there is 500 to 600 IFTs per month in Doñana County.
In the event that the total number of IFTs substantially decreases in a given year or a given month, would you agree that Elite could end up taking over a much larger percentage of AMR's IFT business than 50 to 60%?
It's possible.
Okay. For example, if there are 4,800 IFTs in the next year, Elite taking 3,400 to 3,900 IFTs, that could amount to approximately 70 to 80% of the IFTs per month, correct?
That could
Foundation.
occur.
I'm
I'm
sorry, your answer, sir?
I'm objecting on the grounds of foundation. This is not a fact and evidence you're asking the witness to talk about.
Ms. Miller?
It's a hypothetical based on the number of IFTs in Doñana County not being a constant. The number of IFTs is or may be going significantly down. And I'm just asking a hypothetical in the situation that there are much less IFTs than 6,800 per year. Elite still plans to take 3,400 to 3,900 IFT calls, and that could amount to a higher percentage of AMR's IFT service that would be displaced, correct?
That calls for speculation. There is no foundation and speculation. Object.
Sustained.
And I want to point back to your direct testimony at page 5, lines 1 through 7, which is Bates number B0476.
I have it available.
Okay. Elite received and responded to calls for only 122 IFTs in the last year. Is that correct?
At the time that this document was filed, which would be January 29th of 2025. So it's not a complete year worth of data, but Elite had completed in 2024 122 transports out of Doñana County.
From March 1st, 2024 through the end of 2024. Is that
Yes,
correct? Ma'am. So that would be 10 months.
That is correct.
Okay. And then at the same time, you said Elite received, but did not respond to 236 requests for scheduled transport, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. At this time, I want to turn to AMR Exhibit E6.
E6. Does anyone
And-
have any objections to that?
That is AMR's responses to Elite Medical Transport's first set of requests for production, including the mutual aid agreement between AMR and Elite.
No objection.
Okay, admitted.
Right. And I'll share screen again. Or, sorry, I think I'm already sharing screen. Can you see this?
Yes,
The
I can
mutual
see it.
aid- Okay.
Yes.
This is the current mutual aid agreement between AMR and Elite, correct?
Yes.
And down at the bottom is your signature. Scroll down here. Sorry. Is that your signature on the last page?
Yes, that is.
And I'm looking at Bates number E70 through E73. I wanted to look at the whereas clauses for in your mutual aid agreement that appear at the top here. And looking at the second and third whereas clauses, it states, whereas more than one medical emergency may arise contemporaneously in one or the other jurisdictions of the contracting agencies, resulting in greater demands than the manpower and or equipment that the agency can handle, or an emergency may arise that is of such intensity it cannot be handled solely by the equipment and manpower of the agency in whose jurisdiction the emergency occurs. Did I read that correct?
Yes.
So the whereas clauses set forth the reasons why the agreement was entered into between Elite and AMR. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And this agreement allows Elite to perform IFT and 911 calls in Doña Ana County in order to aid AMR with calls that it may not be able to handle, correct?
That is correct.
And so in 2024, the testimony that we were looking at earlier, Elite responded to, between March 1st of 2024 and the end of the year, Elite responded to 122 interfacility transfer calls in Doña Ana County pursuant to that mutual aid agreement, correct?
That is correct.
And without that agreement, Elite would not have responded to those calls?
We would have still responded with the permission of AMR.
With an agreement with AMR, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And with respect to the 236 calls that Elite received that it did not respond to, I wanted to talk about those and specifically AMR's response to the City of Las Cruces' Discovery Request 1-4. And that would be AMR Exhibit E4. We'll turn back to that. Okay. I'm going to go to subsection C. And the city was asking Elite for each of the 236 requests for interfacility transfers that Elite declined, explain how the request was made to Elite and the reasons why Elite did not fulfill the request. And I'll scroll down to the answer. Subsection C, this is where Elite lists the reasons that the transports did not occur for those 236 calls that it received, correct?
That is the list that we provided, yes.
Okay. And in this list, Elite indicated that there were only 40 of those calls that Elite could not respond to because of an extended ETA, correct?
That was the reason listed in the call log. And that's what we put in the request for data.
So the rest of the calls that are listed, or the rest of the reasons that are listed here are other reasons, such as another agency transported, or the facility canceled, the patient was admitted, those kinds of things, correct?
That's correct.
In your testimony, you imply that Elite did not have permission from AMR to respond to some of those 236 IFTs. But Elite did not list lack of permission from AMR in this discovery response as a reason why Elite did not respond to any of those 236 calls, correct?
We did not list lack of permission in there as a reason. That's correct.
Elite currently provides ambulance service in Luna, Eddy, and Roosevelt counties. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. We provide service in those counties and also have operating authority for Hidalgo County.
Okay. Does Elite engage in any type of transport triage for 911 and IFT calls in those counties?
No, ma'am.
Would you agree that in the counties where you have full ambulance certificate, would you agree that if you have 3 ambulances and 6 interfacility transfer calls come in at the same time, and 3 are for a higher level of care and 3 are for non-emergent transfers, that Elite would take the more emergent calls first?
Without getting too deep into it, the areas where we provide service have a single hospital, and the hospital is the referring source and triages the patients to us, and we'll adjust the transport schedule. So in those markets, we're dealing with a single customer, a single referral source. So it hasn't been our practice to triage their patients for them.
Okay. So if Elite comes into Doña Ana County performing IFTs and potentially 911 calls, there's more than one hospital in Doña Ana County, correct?
Yes, ma'am, there's 3.
Okay. And I'm not counting behavioral health hospitals or other types of facilities, just general hospitals, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So in that instance, if Elite's application is granted, it's going to be operating in an area where there are multiple hospitals and multiple IFT calls could come in. So if Elite receives 6 IFT calls at the same time, and 3 are for transports to a higher level of care, and 3 are for non-emergent transfers, that Elite would take those more emergent calls first if you only have 3 ambulances. Is that right?
You know, the answer requires a degree of speculation. And so I'll give you an answer with speculation. And in our sister company, which I am intimately familiar with, which operates in El Paso, that services, 9 facilities with ERs, we are able to coordinate those first through careful communication and adequate resource availability.
Okay, is it your testimony that Elite will not engage in any kind of triaging for their transport service?
It would be unfair to say that that can't occur. However, there will be times where, something would need to, but obviously if we were to staff adequate levels of service and adequate numbers of ambulances and work alongside the existing providers, a lot more needs can be met.
But you would agree that there could be a situation that came up where Elite would have to triage their transports, correct?
Elite could triage, Elite could refer to another agency. There's a lot of strategies that could go into play.
Are you doing okay, Mr. Campion? Do you, I know it's after
I am
10:30.
I am ready for the break whenever anyone else is.
Okay.
Preferably sooner than later.
Okay.
Okay, so it is 10:48. We'll take let's just call it 10:50. So we'll take a 15-minute break and we'll come back at 11:05. All right. Okay. Please,
Thank you.
everyone, mute yourselves. Leave your screen on, but mute yourselves, please. Thank you.
I'm ready when you are, Judge.
All right, it is 11:05. Do we have everyone back? Oh, Mr. Daniels. Okay, looks like we have all the attorneys. Wait a minute. Oh, there we go, Mr. Herman. All right, and we have Mr. Campion. Where's Miss Miller? We got her. All right, Miss Miller, you're still, you still have the witness.
Okay,
Madam
thank-
Hearing Officer, I'm sorry, real quick. Mr. Newell might have to leave. And so even though he's just observing, we just want out of respect to let you know that he might be leaving during this proceeding at some times.
Okay, all right, well, thank you. We'll miss you, Mr. Newell. Come back when you can. All right, is everyone ready to proceed?
Yeah.
Let's go. Ms.
ma'am.
Ms. Miller. Mhm.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Okay, Mr. Campion, just wanted to ask you some more questions about topics that we had already discussed, and one of those was the staffing challenges and the shortage of EMTs in Doñana County. Isn't it true that you had met with some of AMR's employees, including Joaquin Graham, Scott Casper, and you had met with them to discuss staffing challenges in Doñana County?
Yes, ma'am. I had a meeting with Mr. Graham and Mr. Casper to discuss our application and and other EMS topics, and certainly staffing challenges is something that everyone in EMS faces. It was discussed.
Okay. And you had that meeting because because of the shortage of EMTs in Doñana County and elsewhere, it's important to recognize the fact that you will be that both AMR and Elite will have challenges and continue to have challenges staffing in Doñana County, correct?
The purpose of that meeting was to meet Mr. Casper, who I had never personally been introduced to before. And he was recently appointed as the regional director for New Mexico. Also to try to find a strategy where AMR and Elite could work together. And also address, some courtesies and customs that might assist in that relationship, to include not hiring AMR staff currently employed by AMR if Elite were granted an operating certificate and AMR withdrew their protest. There was a number of topics discussed at that meeting. And of course, anybody who's in EMS leadership right now in the conversation will come up and about that staffing.
Okay, and part of that meeting was discussing the challenges in staffing and ambulance service, correct?
Generally, yes, ma'am.
Earlier, you had testified that the number of interfacility transfers that Elite has taken in Doñana County between March 1st, 2024 and the end of the year, the end of 2024, was 122. Can you tell me how many interfacility transports Elite has done in Doñana County in 2025?
Yes, ma'am. I ran those numbers just the other day, and I will be close within 10% without looking for that note. The current number of transports that Elite has performed in Doña Ana County is 34 in the first 4 months of 2025.
So that's January 1st, 2025 till the end of April.
April 30th, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it was only 35 interfacility transports.
34, I believe, is the number. But it was in the mid 30s.
Okay. Okay, I wanted to turn back to Exhibit AMR E4. And that is, and specifically interrogatory CLC 1-3, and I will share my screen. Okay. Are you seeing interrogatory request for production CLC 1-3 at the top?
Yes, ma'am.
In this interrogatory, Elite states that it does not have a business plan for service in Doña Ana County per se. But this Elite produced a spreadsheet attached as Exhibit 5, which is the document that comes closest to a business plan, correct?
That is the response. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So this, is it your testimony that this is Exhibit 5 was not a business plan? I think that's what you had corrected in your testimony earlier this morning.
Yes, the spreadsheet provided is not a business plan.
Okay. Does Elite always apply to go into a new service territory without a business plan?
We have applied to go into 2 service territories during my tenure at Elite. Neither time was a business plan required to do that.
Okay, so Elite doesn't have a business plan for Doña Ana County. Is that your testimony?
That is, yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to have to rotate this. So this is what was referred to as Exhibit 5. Rotate it. Okay. Are you able to read these numbers? I know they're kind of small.
I can. I still have good eyes.
Okay. This is the document that you were referring to as the closest thing to a business plan, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Looks like a pro forma P&L.
Okay. Going back to your direct testimony at page 3, lines 1 through 3, you had stated that Elite will hire 24 FTEs to staff 3 units at all times. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. However, in your rebuttal testimony at page 13, lines 15 through 16, and that's Bates number B-0504. You state that the projected financials in your spreadsheet, referring to this document, are based on 2 24/7 ambulances, and that 2 ambulances would be capable of handling an average of 10 transports per day, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So if 2 ambulances are sufficient to handle 10 transports per day, why do you state in your direct testimony that Elite plans to deploy 3 ambulances 24/7?
There is a scarcity of data available about transports and other information in Doña Ana County. Very little was produced during discovery. Our intention and our plan going into any new territory is to go in with more resources that are expected, overperform, and then taper. So the pro forma shows us that financially this is viable and achievable at 2 ambulances. However, from a business perspective, to come in and provide out of the chute subpar service, is not a good long-term business strategy.
So when you say overperform, are you saying that you really do plan on going in with 3 ambulances 24/7?
That was that was definitely our intention to do so.
In your rebuttal testimony at page 13, lines 15 through 18, Bates number B-0504. You state that benefits and wages used in the projected financials here on Exhibit 5 are, quote, comparable to, if not above market. And you further state that the projected financials are based on 2 24/7 ambulances, correct?
That's correct.
I just wanted to walk through with you how many payroll hours are required to staff 2 ambulances, excluding vacation, sick, and other off ambulance time. Okay. Part of Exhibit 5, you have some charts in the back, sorry. Okay. All right, well, I'll get to this part of Exhibit 5 later, but I'm just gonna walk through a little bit of math with you. But right here, and this is Bates number E0092, you state that the EMT wages hourly would be $18 per hour.
That's correct.
Is that correct? Okay.
Correct.
For paramedics, it'd be $23 per hour.
That's correct.
Okay. For 24 hours per day, times 365 is 8,765 hours. Would you agree with that?
I believe you have calculated that correctly, yes.
Okay, and that's the number of hours of ambulance service for one ambulance 24/7, correct?
Yes.
Okay, for one employee, that would be one employee 24/7 would amount to 8,765 hours, correct?
Did you use a calculator?
Yes.
Then I believe you. That is correct.
Okay. Yeah, I can't do that in my head. 8,765 hours times 2 employees would be 17,520 hours. Would you agree with that? And I used a calculator.
Yes.
Okay. So you need 2 EMTs to staff 1 ambulance, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so 17,520 hours, payroll hours, would be needed to staff 1 ambulance 24/7, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then if you have 2 ambulances, multiply that by 2 and you would get 35,040 hours, which would be the total number of payroll hours to staff 2 24/7 ambulances, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna turn back up to the spreadsheet. This row titled 611 operations. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And the regular ops line right here, that represents wages, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then the next line is the overtime, correct?
Correct.
And your annual calculated wages total would be 486,050.4, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Would that be the, let's see. And this would be what would be necessary for 2 ambulances, according to your rebuttal testimony, 24/7?
Yes, that's what we stated in the rebuttal.
So I don't know if you have a calculator with you, but I've already done this. If you divide the total number of dollars for the wages, which is 486,050.4 by the number of payroll hours of 35,040, that would provide you with an average wage of, including overtime, of $13.87 per hour. Did I do that math correctly?
I did the same math. And yes, that appears to be a calculation error in the spreadsheet.
Did you say a calculation error?
Yes, because the average wage is at $13 an hour, exceptionally low.
Okay, that was going to be my question. Do you believe that that's the market wage for EMTs or paramedics is $13.87 per hour?
No, ma'am, that is not the market wage.
Okay. Alternatively, if we look at the rows below titled, let's see, right here, 611 wages, which include amount of supervisor wages, bonus, and PTO down here, and sick leave. The total is 510,932.56, correct?
That would be correct.
Okay. And if you divide that by the total number of payroll hours, 35,040, the average total wage would be $14.58 per hour, correct?
That would be the math.
Okay. And again, that would not be the market wage for EMTs either, correct?
No, would not. We would expect 18 and 23 for EMTs and paramedics.
Okay, so looking down here at Bates number E0092. Just walking through are these in this top table what you consider to be the prevailing wage for EMTs in Doña County?
Yes. So, and to be clear, so the EMT wage is at $18 per hour and the paramedic wage is at $23 per hour.
Okay. And then you have a column for overtime at 10% and fringe, I guess this is benefits.
Correct.
In the third column, correct? Okay. And then you've calculated the daily EMT wage and then the monthly, correct?
That's correct.
So $18 per hour plus the 10% is 19.8. And then plus the 26% would be 24.98. Cost of wages plus cost of payroll taxes and benefits per hour, correct?
That's correct. PTO and sick time as well.
So 24.948 per hour times 24 hours comes out to this $598.752 per day. Cost of staffing one EMT wages and benefits for 1 month, correct?
So there's a daily column and a monthly column. And that would be the cost of one 24-hour EMT.
Okay. If $18 an hour is the base wage for an EMT, and assuming you don't hire any paramedics, and if it requires 35,040 payroll hours per year to staff 2 ambulances 24/7, then the annual wages, according to wage data in this chart, would be 630,720. Did I do that math correct?
For the purpose of this exercise, I will trust that you did. And in the interest of time, I will not recalculate your math.
Okay. So that $630,720 is significantly higher than what is projected in the financial up here as $486,050.40, correct?
That's correct.
So that's a difference of about $144,669.60.
That is correct.
And that exceeds the projected net income reported at the bottom of the financial statement, which is $137,726. See if I can find that. Sorry. Right here, net income, $137,726.06. Do you want me to
That's
repeat the
correct.
question?
No, I understand the question. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay. So what I was trying to point out was that the projected total wages would be higher than what the net income would be, correct?
So based on the information, which is a financial math exercise, yes, your math is correct.
And if Elite plans to staff ambulances with 1 EMT and 1 paramedic, then the total cost to staff 2 ambulances would be $1,436,640. And that's $18 per hour for an EMT, $23 an hour for a paramedic equals 41. I'll go down. To make this easier, I'll go down to your chart on the last page. So you have $18 an hour for an EMT, $23 an hour for a paramedic. That totals $41 an hour total to staff an ambulance with an EMT and a paramedic, correct?
That's correct, prior to overtime.
So even without the overtime, $41 per hour well, let's add the overtime in. So $41 per hour plus the 10% overtime plus the 26% fringe benefits would go to a daily amount of $1,363.82 approximately, correct?
Correct.
And per month, that would be over $40,000 for one ambulance with a paramedic and an EMT, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And if the number of payroll hours is per year is 35,040 hours, multiplying the $41 per hour. Sorry, $41 per hour times 35,040 hours per year would be $1,436,640, correct?
If you used a calculator, I trust you,
Yeah.
correct.
Okay. So if this was the case, then your projected financials, which I know is not a business plan, but these are your projected financials, correct?
Those are the projected financials that we entered into the record.
Okay. Then those projected financials would be underestimating the annual cost of wages by almost $1 million, right? And the math I'm doing is the $1,436,640 minus the annual wages. Oops. Up here of $486,050. And that would amount to $950,590, correct?
That is correct. Additionally, for reference, it does underestimate the volume by 300 to 600 transports annually as well.
And the volume you have up here would be 263 transports per month.
Correct.
For a total of 3,156 transports per year.
Correct. For this model, that's what's written in there.
Which is different from what your testimony states, that you plan to do 3,400 to 3,900 transports a year.
That's what we estimate in our testimony, and offered this document as a pro forma.
Okay. Elite has indicated in the tables attached as in this exhibit that it plans to participate in ALS calls, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and you've got ALS and BLS in these tables, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. One second. Turning back up to Bates number E87, your total income projected is $2,301,132 per year, correct?
That is gross billings, which is very different than income.
Okay, but the line says total income, correct?
Yes, and that's the way that our financial reports come out. Total income is the gross billings. Then
Okay.
subtracted from that is the contractual write-offs, and further down on the financial document, you would also subtract bad debt.
Okay. So this might be gross billings, but that would not be your total income. Your total income may be less than that, correct?
It will be less than that. That's correct.
And the number that you have here for I guess gross billings, that's based on an estimated monthly income of $191,761 per month.
That is based on transport volume, and then you apply the payer mix to it, the expected bad debt, and that would give you the total revenue possible to collect. But yeah, the gross billings is simply a expectation of transport class and an estimated number of loaded miles that are billable.
Okay. The tables under your spreadsheet. I just wanted to walk through what these are generally. This first table is your, I guess the first column would be your proposed tariff for Doña Ana County. Is that correct?
That's
Elite.
the tariff rates that were approved by the PRC in 2022 that Elite would apply.
Okay, that Elite would apply in Doña Ana County, correct?
Correct.
And this is MCARE is Medicare.
Correct.
That's the contractual payment for Medicare for these different levels of service, correct?
That's correct. That's the max allowable payment from Medicare for that type of service.
And the next column is the max allowable for Medicaid.
That is correct.
And then this fourth column is, can you tell us what that is?
That is typically what we expect to receive from all types of commercial insurances, Blue Cross Blue Shield, United Healthcare, et cetera, based on our historical data.
And then other government is the last column, correct?
Yeah, that would be VA, TRICARE type plans.
This next chart is, this represents the estimated number of transports per month by payer type. Is that what that is?
That's correct. So this would be a breakdown of the payer mix that could be expected.
And then the next chart is the estimated collections per transport. Did I get that right?
That is correct.
And then finally, I think what this last chart is represents the gross billing by type of service and payer. Is that correct?
That's correct.
This last page, I guess it's E91. These short tables are supposed to be extensions of the tables on page E90, correct?
That is
Is that right?
correct. That would be the specialty care transport class, in which we put zeros. It is an uncommonly used code for us in our New Mexico operations.
Okay, so at the top of page E91 would be the end of the chart, the first chart. Then this is the end of the second chart on E90. This is the end of the third chart on E90, and this is the end of the fourth chart on E90. Is that right?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. And this last chart that talked about the gross billings by type of service and payer estimates the gross billing at $191,136 per month. Is that correct?
That appears to be correct, yes.
And that's the total amount we see on your spreadsheet as the total income line for each month, correct?
The gross billings, yes.
And does your spreadsheet estimate any or budget any money for training, staff training?
Inside of the spreadsheet, there are some pre-employment costs, employee incentives, and for the most part, that is not contemplated in this item. Those would be considered startup costs, and this seems to contemplate more operating costs.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Campione. Stop sharing.
Thank you, Ms. Miller, and I appreciate you giving me a break.
You're welcome. I'm going to pass the witness.
All right, so now we're up to City of Las Cruces, Ms. Stevens.
Good morning. I want to make sure I know I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Would you help me? Mr. Campion? Is it Campion or Campione?
Ms. Stevens, I'm not even sure if I pronounced my own last name correctly, but what I say is Campion.
Campion.
I get champion, campione, I get a variety, but I pronounce it Campion.
Campion. That's how I would have done it. So it's nice to meet you. I represent the City of Las Cruces. I am going to sort of, kind of, maybe pick up a little bit where Miss Miller started. Would you please turn to Exhibit EMTB-1, the lease application? And I'm not sure, Madam Hearing Examiner, that we need to put this on the screen. These are some quick questions. I don't know what your preference is.
If you, do you want us to put it on the screen?
No, I'm just wondering if it's not going to go into the kind of excruciating detail of numbers and things like that, whether it's necessary to do. If Mr. Campion has it and I have it, do we need to put it on the screen and block one another?
I do not
You don't
have a copy of that with me.
Okay, well then let me try to do that.
Yeah. And if you have trouble, if you have difficulty,
Yeah.
we can put it on the screen as well. All right, we see it.
Is it there? I'm not sure whether I'm sharing somebody else's version or one on my computer, but I think it's the same document. So would you please turn to page B159, and I'll take you there if I can. Oh, it is the one from my screen because it's about there.
Okay, so whose exhibit, what exhibit are we looking at right now?
This is the application. I think that I'm not sure whether Mr. I'm sure I'm sure it was his intent. I'm not sure that Mr. Bartel actually admitted it into evidence.
We have not admitted that yet. That is exhibit B1.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and talk about.
Okay, let me see whether I have a version of that so that I can admit it. Well, give me 1 second here.
Why don't we just stipulate to admit the application?
Yeah, that would be nice.
That's
I
any
propose that
objections?
we stipulate to admit the application.
Okay, any objections? Okay, it's admitted.
Okay,
B1 is
thank
admitted.
you. All right, now we've cleaned up the record a little bit. And
Now we just have to figure out which page you're on. What's the page
okay,
number?
I am on, is there a way to help me make it a little smaller? I am on page B-0159.
159, okay.
Yeah, okay. And this is, now I'm not, okay. This is your statement of need, right, Mr. Campion?
Yes, that is correct.
It's part of the original application. And returning to the second and third paragraphs there, was it Elite's intent at the time that it applied for its ambulance certificate to provide only interfacility transport services in Doñana County?
Yes, Ms. Stevens, it was our intent to provide primarily interfacility transport services, 911 services through mutual aid.
And I believe it was your testimony in your final testimony, I mean, that you said that you start to explain that the department's form does not give you the opportunity to identify IFT as a specific area of service. Was that a fair?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. The form that was provided by the DOT only had one box to check for ambulance service, and that was under the full service carrier.
And I'm looking now at the fourth paragraph on this page, which also refers to standby services. So at the outset, was your intention to provide standby services?
Not our primary intention. We do receive requests for standby services for Doñana County relatively frequently for sporting events, and AMR has referred several cases of standbys to us.
So you have been doing that on a mutual aid basis? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it was referred to us from AMR.
From AMR and the county, did you just say, or just AMR?
AMR.
And is now we're however many months later, about 9 months later, 10 months later, is it's presently AMR its intent to provide only IFT services with emergency 911 type services and standby on a mutual aid basis?
There was a couple parts to that question. Our primary intention is to provide interfacility transport services, provide standby services at events when requested to do so by the event promoters or persons having authority, and provide mutual aid services to AMR and the city of Las Cruces when requested to do so.
And the mutual aid in that category to AMR in the city would be through MRFDA, through emergency service, 911 type services?
I am uncertain on how the city of Las Cruces would request mutual aid services.
And what is your expectation vis-a-vis AMR then?
Ms. Stevens, I apologize. I've turned up my volume, but I'm having a little bit of difficulty hearing you.
Oh, what is your expectation vis-a-vis requests for mutual aid from AMR?
If AMR finds itself in a situation where it cannot respond in a timely fashion and requests mutual aid from Elite, we would provide that mutual aid with an available unit without hesitation.
And this is all based on adding 2 units 24/7 to Doñana County?
So as I stated earlier, our intention would be to add 3 units. And then if we need to adjust up or adjust down, we can make that determination later on in the future.
I thought I heard that you were, in your response to Ms. Miller, that you were anticipating starting with 3 units and probably adjusting downward. Is that correct?
I have no expectations on the adjustment at this point, Ms. Stevens.
don't.
There's a lot of unknown, but it's our intention to begin with 3 ambulances.
Give me a second here. Okay. Let's, I hate to do this though, but I think we may have to go back to Exhibit 5. Before we get there though, let's just see. On your direct testimony, you testified that Elite originally had currently at the time of your direct testimony had 8 active and 2 reserve ambulance units in New Mexico, right?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And you also testified that Elite would immediately bring on an additional 4 units to serve Doñana, right?
4, let me be very clear. 4 ambulances, 3 of them would be staffed and in service. 1 would serve as a reserve unit for scheduled or unscheduled maintenance.
Okay. And let's look at your direct testimony then. B2. That's exhibit EMT B2. And I believe it's at the very beginning. On page, I followed hearing examiner's instructions and used the Bates stamping numbers. So this is a little odd. So I'm looking at the bottom of page B0473 to the top of page B047, where you testify that in order to that EMT Elite would increase your staff by 24 FTEs, including a minimum of 12 emergency medical technicians, which is sufficient to have 3 units available at all times. Going back to your just your testimony a few minutes ago with Ms. Miller, are you talking about the minimum of 12 emergency medical technicians? Let's break that. Would you please break that down for me in terms of EMTs, paramedics, how many per day, per shift, per ambulance unit?
I'll do my best to explain.
Yeah.
1 ambulance staffed 24/7 requires 8 FTEs working the schedule that we prefer. So you would have 2 12-hour shifts alternating a 3-day work week and a 4-day work week. So that would give you a front half day shift, night shift, which is 4 FTE, and then a back half day shift, night shift, the additional 4. So 8 FTEs to staff 1 ambulance, 24/7 in perpetuity. New Mexico Department of Transportation rules for interfacility transports provide that a driver, a non-licensed EMT driver, can serve as staff on an ambulance. So the minimum number of EMTs, and for right now, I'm going to use that term globally to include EMT intermediates, EMT paramedics, EMT basics, would be 12 EMTs. So you could pair.
For 1 second there, you said a non-licensed EMT driver. What's the
That is
difference?
correct.
What is the
DOT
difference between a licensed and an unlicensed EMT?
Well, there's really no such thing as an unlicensed EMT.
That's why I'm asking you to explain. Thank you.
Right. So you are or you aren't. You have a license or you don't. But we, do have the provision in the DOT rules to staff an ambulance with 1 licensed EMT by the state of New Mexico and 1 person to drive the ambulance. So the minimum number of required EMT certified personnel to start 3 interfacility transport ambulances would be 12.
And then the 24 in this page B0474, that would be the corresponding non-EMT drivers. Is that?
No, ma'am. So there would be 24 FTEs required. And 12 of those 24 FTEs to maintain the staffing would need to have EMS licenses. 12 would not be required.
So that other 12, the one who are not required, are they your drivers?
They could be drivers. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And Ms. Stevens, I believe there were some additional parts to that question that I have not answered, but can you restate the question for me again so I can make sure I
Oh,
give you
that's too hard for me. Yeah, why don't you just try to explain where let's see, that was, if you could explain whether those 12, the 12 FTE, let's forget the rest of the questions, whether the 12 FTEs that you just identified correspond to your testimony to Ms. Miller about the essentially pairing up an EMT and a paramedic to man a single ambulance.
Can you help
Are we
me out?
are we talking about the same thing? What she went through with I don't want to pull up exhibit E3 unless we have to, with the idea that you had paired up a higher lower paid EMT with a higher paid paramedic to get the cost of a single ambulance, staffing a single ambulance.
Let me try. So ideally, you would want to have 2 licensed personnel on each ambulance. Philosophically, it is not our preference to have drivers as a company. We do have drivers in certain locations, but it's not our preference. We like to have 2 licensed personnel on the ambulance. Now, not every ambulance requires a paramedic. We would ideally have a paramedic or 2 on every shift, daytime, nighttime, front half, back half. But it's very appropriate to have 2 EMTs or an EMT level service in the interfacility transport space, because greater than 50% of the interfacility transports only require BLS level care at the EMT basic level.
And is it your intention to always have one of the 24/7, have one of, whether you're running 2 ambulances or 3 ambulances or more in Doñana County, is it your intention always to have at least one of them carrying a fully qualified paramedic?
Yes.
Okay. Let's try to move on back to where I was, because I appreciate that information. So you kept telling me, we were talking about the services that you intend to provide, that it's primarily interfacility transport. And I would like to go through what else it might be if you got the certificate that you've asked. And I believe that at some point you said to Ms. Miller, it could be everything, but I want to know what you intend to do, and most importantly, what you intend not to do. So,
absolutely. That's a great question.
If it helps to look at your tariff, that might be one way of looking at it, but if you have another way of structuring it in your head, please just tell me.
I'll be very clear. And prior to even applying, we met with the fire department. We stated our intentions clearly to AMR, and we have not wavered in those intentions. Our intention is to provide ambulance service to augment the existing EMS services by primarily providing interfacility transports, providing mutual aid when requested, and standby services when requested. Our intention is not to become a 911 provider or to supplant any of the 911 services that currently exist, namely Las Cruces Fire Department and AMR.
And digging in a little bit deeper on that, mutual aid when required, are you talking about mutual aid under the 911 emergency system?
So at this point in time, all I can do is guess that should we be admitted into Doña Ana County in the spirit of good public service, that AMR and Las Cruces Fire Department and Elite could jointly address a mutual aid plan. I have not been engaged, nor have I engaged in those discussions, but Elite would be able and willing to provide mutual aid. But as I stated earlier, I'm sorry, go ahead.
What is your understanding of mutual aid? Does it apply to only to catastrophes, to mass casualty events, I guess is the technology? Does it apply to all types of 911 calls? Does it apply to non-911 services? Just, what is your understanding? I'm not going to ask you what the statute or anything says, just what is your understanding of when you use that?
So mutual aid would be designed by the EMS system stakeholders. Las Cruces Fire Department would know the circumstances in which they would require mutual aid. AMR knows the circumstances in which they would require mutual aid. And I don't believe that I'm qualified to testify about what their beliefs on that would be. But certainly there is no mechanism by which Elite would be able to accept 911 transports from the 911 system and solely respond to those unless through mutual aid.
Okay. How about, and that you're talking about both 911 calls, not specifically mass casualty calls, right? All 911?
I believe the generality in which I spoke would apply to both scenarios.
Okay. And now the standby services, would you clarify, I think you said earlier you would take them when requested by the county, by AMR, and by the event planner or the event organizer. Is that correct?
Yes, that would be correct. Numerous events such as car races, motorcycle races, rodeos, and other events where there's potential for risk of injury are often required to have an ambulance service standing by to provide treatment to contestants, participants, or spectators that may be injured.
Mhm. Mhm. And if you receive the certificate that you're asking for, Mr. Campion, would you what would you define your IFT services to comprise? And this again, don't, not a legal definition, just what you anticipate doing?
Sure. That would be a request for transport from a medical treatment facility. And I use that very broadly. That typically has that patient as an inpatient needing to go for different services, higher level of services, or a discharge to home.
So a home, when you discharge to home, it's your understanding that you can take patients to their private homes, not to another medical providers?
We could do both.
And if a medical facility, and I know you said broadly defined, so that doesn't mean just a full service hospital, asks you to bring a patient to them from their home, do you consider that to be an interfacility transport that Elite would perform?
No, ma'am. The patient's home is not a medical treatment facility where they are inpatient. For numerous reasons, without greater knowledge and detail of the situation, that requires a lot more diligence in making sure that as an ambulance provider, we're not participating in a bad idea.
Now that is so provocative, you know that I have to ask you about that. What do you mean by we're not participating in a bad idea?
Certainly, this has occurred within our scope of work, where a person will contact us directly for transportation to the emergency room or an emergency room in an adjacent community, and circumventing an established 911 system, and that's a bad idea.
What about if the patient is if an individual, a potential patient, is at their home and the receiving hospital, for whatever reason, or the receiving medical facility, it doesn't need to be a hospital, says they need a transport, they are not capable of getting here on their own, do you consider that an interfacility transport?
That would require some good diligence and review to determine the appropriateness of our services for that patient. Based on the limited information that you gave, I wouldn't be able to necessarily do that, nor would I want to engage in hypothetics. But we are very careful about home requests and circumvention of established 911 systems.
And that's a good, interesting answer. So would you undertake, if you received that call, would you undertake some sort of due diligence, or would you decline to perform the transport?
Greater information is needed about that case. If that patient wanted to go to an emergency room, that's a declination. If that patient has a scheduled appointment to get an MRI and is bedbound and meets medical necessity, that may be more appropriate for our services.
And you say may be more appropriate for your services. What would cause you to decline a interfacility transport that is not literally between two medical facilities, whether higher going upward in service or downward in service?
Well, now are we talking about a transfer from home to medical treatment or a facility to facility transport? Can you clarify that?
Yeah, let's talk about from home.
Okay.
Tell me, so what would cause you to decline a request from home if somehow it's confirmed that the receiving facility believes that this patient should be transported by you?
Well, certainly the first big red flag would be a patient requiring transport to an emergency room. The need for an emergency room indicates that an emergency may exist, and that should be triaged to the 911 system.
And in a situation that doesn't doesn't involve a request to emergency room, what would be your process?
So our process, and I'm going to use a bed-bound patient requiring an MRI. Is there an order? Is there an attending physician or a home health service in place? Is there a medical professional that can attest that this patient doesn't require services beyond the medical appointment they may be going for? There is, and answers lead to more questions. And I don't feel it'd be appropriate to expound on that decision tree, but yes, there is a careful screening process, like I said.
And does the payer situation factor into these decisions?
That's a very broad question. I will kind of give you the general philosophy that we operate under, and then we can get into more specific examples if you like.
Thank you.
Elite will not deny transport to a patient with a medical need going to the closest appropriate facility. Now, we will ask on an interfacility transport every single time if this patient has insurance. And we do that because every insurance company is tightening up the requirements for prior authorization. We don't use that as a screening tool to determine if we transport or won't transport. But if we can coordinate the benefits ahead of time, we can shield a patient from out-of-pocket expenses and also meet the benchmarks to be fairly compensated for our services.
Okay. Give me a second here. We would turn to you. We still have exhibit B1 on the screen. That's great. I'm going to go, if I can, zoom towards the top of this to the tariffs. Let me take a little bit here of scrolling. A lot of scrolling. You got a lot of drive, a lot of.
Try page 8, Stevens.
Oh, I don't, I,
Just 8.
oh, just put up, it'll work up there?
Yeah.
Okay, I've gotten to the point where so many of them don't anymore. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, here we are on page B0008, Mr. Campion. And do you recognize this as your current tariff for, as it says here, ambulance services in Luna, Hidalgo, Eddy, and Doña Ana County, to and from places in the state of New Mexico? It says effective September 14th, 2022. You do not have a tariff effective September 14th, 2022 for Doña Ana County, do you?
I do not. I
So,
believe that may have been submitted to meet the requirement of a proposed tariff.
the top, it says statewide tariff. It's tariff number 1 cancels the statewide tariff. It says it's effective September 14th, 2022, but it is not a tariff that is actually on file with the DOT, is it? Because it says Doña Ana.
I would have to compare our tariff with what's on file with the
And
DOT.
I believe I can find that for you if we need to.
I do have our copy.
It is CLC exhibit number C10. And
Yes, Ms. Stevens, I'm looking at the tariff on file with the DOT right now, and it does not list Doñana County. This is the submitted proposed tariff that was part of the packet that would include Doñana County were we granted operating authority.
And you made the change by adding Doñana County, but you did not delete the designation that it was effective September 14th, 2022. Is that correct?
That appears to be correct.
And would you look down, I've got it on the screen, would you look at CLC exhibit number C10?
Okay, when you say CLC exhibit, I thought we were looking at the application. So what are we looking at now?
I have now, I think, oh, maybe it's not, no, I'm sorry, I didn't get it. I thought I had it up. I have too many things on the screen. Let me upload, let me screen share the next document here. I'm going to stop this share and go back. I'm sorry, I just opened up my own version, and since it was in the same place, I thought it was on your screen too, but that was just because I don't have three screens. I go nuts. Okay, do you see this now?
So we're looking at CLC exhibit number C10.
Correct.
Okay, so does anyone have any objection to that exhibit being admitted? All
No.
right, okay, it is admitted. All right, Ms. Stevens, you can proceed.
Okay, so Mr. Cantor, this is at your actual tariff on file with the DOT right now, correct?
Can you click on it so that we can you open it?
Can I open it differently? I'm.
Or maybe
I've done it again. I'm sorry. I've got. It's not being shared yet.
it just needs to be moved over.
Where? Have you got it now?
Can anybody else see it? I'm just seeing the list of all the exhibits. I'm not seeing the exhibit
Oh,
itself.
okay. Because I'm seeing something, but I don't know what it is. Let me try again. CLC exhibit C10 share. This time might be the charm.
There we go.
Right.
We
got
that one
something.
now.
Yeah.
Now I'm not sure I do. Now I've got all of you, everybody in tiny stuff, and I need to expand my. Now I'm not. Oh dear. Now I'm not seeing my own. You are seeing it on your screens?
Yes.
Yes.
And I'm not. Oh, I don't know what you still are, because I just did a close. Well, let me just, since you can see it, let me just ask, and you can see there's a case number up in the upper left-hand corner, Mr. Campion. Is this the currently filed tariff for Elite in the state of New Mexico?
Yes, ma'am. This is the tariff that we currently operate under.
And now going to the second page of that, second and third pages of that exhibit, of which I'm not, because I don't have it on. Could somebody be so, I don't know why I'm not seeing it on my, I'm where you were, Madam Hearing Examiner, without seeing that. I'm seeing you guys, not the screen share. Let's see if I can.
Ms. Stevens, I have it up. If you want me to share a screen, it might be easier for you to see it.
Yeah, if you would, because I keep getting my PDF version.
Sure. Yeah.
And it blanking you out, but it's not what you guys are seeing, everybody else is seeing.
Okay, so Ms. Miller is going to
Oh,
share
okay.
that document. Okay, can you see it, Ms. Stevens?
We got field.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Now I'm not sure what, except that now I think Ms. Miller is also in charge of scrolling because I've been booted.
Just
for
let me know where you want to go.
Next page, please.
Okay.
And the following page as well. You know, we just look at the whole tariff. So, Mr. Campion, the way you've gotten this written, you've got, first of all, you've got every type of service on the standard, on the statewide tariff, don't you?
Yes, we do.
And I believe when you're talking to Ms. Miller, you talked about the specialty care transport and said you had allocated no dollars and you rarely do that. What are you proposing for Doñana County in terms of doing specialty care transports?
We anticipate that we will not be using the SCT billing code in Doñana County, except in rare circumstances.
So that's a billing question. I want to know, what services, under what circumstances would you accept a request for specialty care transport if you received the certificate that you're seeking in this proceeding?
So the specialty care billing rate can be applied when advanced level services typically provided by providers other than EMS providers is performed. It would require a contractual arrangement between Elite and the provider of those services, whether it be a flight company or a hospital that's providing specially trained nurses such as high-risk OB, neonatal ICU, pediatric ICU patients, or in the event that we had critical care paramedics performing skills outside the scope usually found in a paramedic. Then the SCT modifier could be applied.
And as of now, do you have any agreements with providers to provide on an ambulance, one of your ambulances, that kind of advanced level of service above the level of your paramedics?
Not in Doñana County.
And is it your intention to seek such agreements, Mr. Campion?
If such arrangements arise and they're beneficial to patients, we would certainly engage those. I'm not currently aware of any, nor am I in pursuit of any.
If you had the certificate, though, would you pursue those?
Again, I don't know what the needs are for those particular services are in Doñana County. I haven't engaged with any stakeholders. That would be day one assessment. And so I'm unaware. I wouldn't necessarily be in pursuit of that in day one, probably not even on day 2 or 3, while we're establishing operations.
And do you consider, by having this tariff, that you are holding yourself out as being able to, from day one, when the tariff takes effect, provide specialty care transport services?
I don't think that holds us out as offering those services. Not at all.
And if we, let's see, Ms. Miller, could you scroll it down a little farther to what's below specialty care? Yeah, the patient evaluation emergency response without transport item, Mr. Campion, is this part of your plan for services in the county?
Ms. Stevens, this tariff governs all of our New Mexico operations, and we do provide robust mutual aid, specifically to the Deming Fire Department. This tariff is servicing all of our New Mexico, and did not consider specific carve-outs on a county-by-county basis, depending on work profiles.
And your certificate limits your services in Roosevelt County to IFT only, is that right?
That is correct.
So in Roosevelt County with this tariff, this is the tariff that a provider or a patient in Roosevelt County would find if they needed services, is that right?
That is correct.
And how would you inform them if they called for one of these services that you don't do because you've got a limited certificate there? How would you inform them that we don't do that?
Our certificate governs the type of services that we can provide, and the tariff guides the charges that we can bill. So in that theoretical circumstance, if someone were to call and request a patient evaluation via emergency response that was not provided for in our operating authority, we would have to decline that and refer that to the agency with jurisdiction.
Now, when this tariff was approved, Mr. Campion, did you give notice to anybody, any entity in Doña Ana County that you were increasing your rates above those in the statewide tariff that preceded it?
I apologize. I don't recall where notice went from this proceeding, but it did go through the PRC process in place at the time.
And when that notice went out, whether it's through the PRC process, it would have identified rates for Eddie, Luna, Hidalgo, and Roosevelt counties, correct?
I'm sorry, again, I don't recall what the notification procedure was from the 2022 tariff application.
Given the tariff that we're looking at, would you have would there be a reason for this to go to people in Doña Ana County when you were not proposing to change rates for service in Doña Ana County because you were not providing any service in Doña Ana County?
I'm going to object. First of all, this is not a tariff application case, so relevance is questionable. And secondly, the question of whether or not somebody in Doña Ana County might have obtained notice calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Well, let's thank you, Ms. Miller, and we can close that.
Okay.
The tariff,
Stop sharing here.
if you can.
Let me
Can you
Stop
get
share,
rid of the
okay.
tariff? I think we're going to go back to Mr. Campion's direct testimony again. I'm not sure whether it's necessary to put it on the screen, but we'll see. We'll actually go back to the application, which I think I took down. So if I may, I'll put it up again.
Okay, so we're going back to Exhibit B1, the
We're going back to
application.
Exhibit B1, and that is. Oh, I've got some funny stuff here about multiple desktops. That's probably what's going on here. Let's see whether I can share this one. Is everybody seeing this one? This one worked, right?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, we
Okay.
see it.
Okay, great. And I'm gonna try to get you to page 2.
So that's
Oh,
Bates
no.
number B dash
Oh,
0002.
Page B0002. And do you agree, Mr. Campion, that when you submitted an application to this application to the DOT, you proposed a stationing point at 2450 South Tel Shore, Las Cruces, New Mexico?
Yes, that
I'm
was
sorry,
proposed.
2450 South. I can't hear you, Miss.
Oh, I'm sorry, I put my papers on my computer to South Tel Shore, TELSHOR.
Yes.
And when you filed your and if you would look at your direct testimony at page B0479, you just stop sharing this one and try to pull up your direct if I can.
I do have a copy in front of me, Ms.
Okay,
Stevens.
well, I will see. I'm just out of curiosity, I'll see whether I can do this because I'm having weird problems. I have something saying that I have two screens going, which might be the problem. So this one didn't work, huh? I will try to figure this out during the lunch break, Madam Hearing Examiner, because when I've tried to upload it, it tells me that there are two screens, and evidently some things are they go up with their on one screen and not the other. Okay, well, now that we've got your testimony, you got your testimony. We look at page B0476. You testify that initially Deming is the closest stationing point. So your calls for responses in Doña County will be handled from that location, right?
Yes, ma'am. For the layperson here, can you just tell me the page number that we're looking at?
Oh, I am on page B0476, which is also in the upper right-hand corner, page 5 of your direct testimony.
Great, thank you so much.
You with me?
And which line?
The question and answer at lines 10 through 15.
Okay.
Are you with me? Everyone with me now? I'm so
Yes.
sorry. This is not going on. What happened between the time of your application and the time you filed your direct testimony in January that you no longer had a proposed stationing point in Doña Ana County?
So as I read the question, if the application is approved, from which of EMT stationing points would EMT respond to calls for service originating in Doña Ana County? There's no timeline associated with that, and I read that question as the immediacy of the approval. So upon approval, where would you respond from? Well, obviously we would respond from our closest station, which would be in Deming, New Mexico. To establish a ambulance service, there is a heavy regulatory burden to start services properly. Licensing and regulation is involved. DEA is involved. Pharmacy board, numerous entities that have to give approval for supporting aspects of our operation. 2450 South Tel Shores Memorial Medical Center, who in March, when we filed the application, stated that the situation was dire and that if this went fast, that we could station equipment at their hospital. That opportunity still exists today for prompt startup, but to secure, purchase, lease a location to commence operations immediately, we're not able to do that because the expense associated with purchasing a property, leasing a property with no guaranteed outcome of this hearing, as we all know, this hearing timeline from application to now has been relatively significant. from a business perspective, we just can't secure an address prior to having the operating authority. So we certainly could respond from Deming. We could day base at 2450 South Tell Shore. But unfortunately, the application process does not give us an opportunity to explain the nuances of DEA licensing, pharmacy board, and the other components that need to go into play.
Under your existing certificate, Mr. Kimmin, don't you have actual stationing points, physical addresses listed at the time you get a certificate or certificate amendment?
So those applications, I wouldn't be able to recall what we listed as the proposed location. We did start at the hospital in Carlsbad, and that was probably our proposed location, and then we changed it once we found a suitable location. And but those are application cases from 2014 and 2016. So I couldn't give you great recall on what we put as proposed stationing points in those applications.
Are you suggesting that the certificates based on proposed stationing points, particularly in Carlsbad, that you went through a process of redoing your certificate after the original decision was issued by, this would have been the PRC, right?
I'm going to object on the grounds of relevance. I mean, again, we're talking about events that are now nearly 10 years old. The stationing point issue is controlled by the current DOT's regulations. So I would ask that the Stevens move forward to something that's relevant to this application.
Well, it is relevant to this application, but yeah, it is controlled by the law, so we'll stop there. I'll just ask one quick question. Did you consider the possibility, in order to have a stationing point for your certificate, did you consider the possibility of securing an option for a lease or a purchase of a site in Doñana County?
It was considered and found not to be a tenable option. It is our intention to establish a stationing point and location in Doñana County if granted operating authority.
And let's switch now to your rebuttal testimony, if I can stop this. No, am I sharing or not? See, my
You
computer
are.
says I'm sharing, but I'm going somewhere. It's going somewhere that I'm not seeing. Let's go to your rebuttal testimony, Exhibit B5, Mr. Campion. We're making progress, believe it or not. Although it is 12:30, so maybe you would like to take a lunch break. I didn't realize it had gotten that late.
How much longer do you think you have, Ms. Stevens?
I have one. You know, if we have a lunch break, I probably can trim it down based on Ms. Miller's questions, but it'll be at least another 20, 30 minutes, I think.
Okay, so you think you can trim it down if we take a lunch break now?
I think so.
How does that sound to
Make a deal.
everyone?
Yeah, I don't want to be suggesting that. I'm just being honest.
Sure, no, that's what I want. So is that okay with everyone to take a 1 hour lunch break? It's 12:38. Then we'll come back and hopefully we can move a little bit faster in the afternoon because we got a lot to cover still. So
Yes.
is that okay?
Yeah.
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, so we will be back again. Let's call it 1:40. We will be back from our lunch break.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Need to say something to her, like, we don't have a court reporter available on Friday, so it has to be finished up on Thursday.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Good. All right, I got the message that you have to leave tomorrow at 12, correct?
Or no later than 1.
Okay. All right. I'm
And
gonna try
some-
to
Someone will-
hurry these. I'm sorry.
Someone will take my place.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm certainly gonna try to hurry them along so that we can finish up by tomorrow afternoon. So I don't think anybody wants this to go any longer. So all right. How are you doing? Are you doing okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. It is 1:39. We'll give everybody one more minute to come back.
Then we'll find them.
If only I could.
I was
All
going
right.
to say she'll grant my protest because I'm the only one here.
What's that?
I said, we'll have to just grant the city's protest since I'm the only one who showed up in time for your hearing.
Oh.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I may have a technical problem. I'm trying to log in from a different location with a little more space. So let me see if I can
Okay.
get that done. If not, I'll get right back on this feed.
Okay. All right. Well, while you're working on that, I did some math calculations myself while I was on break, and I've decided that going forward, in order to finish this in 2 days, we're going to have to limit everyone to 20 minutes cross exam. So I'm sorry for those of you who have come afterwards, but that's just simply how we're going to have to do it. So, and Ms. Stevens, when we come back, we go back on the record, then you are limited to 10 more minutes.
Okay, let me take a really quick look here.
Okay.
Mr. Lee, can I do an audio check coming back from lunch?
Sounds good, Mr. Herman.
Thank you.
Does anyone know who STF-CR-ZIA is? They keep entering our waiting room, but we don't know who they are. Does anybody have any idea who?
This is Yolanda Sandoval. I work with Randy Bartel.
Oh, okay. But you're in the meeting. Somebody named STFCRZIA is in the waiting room, and we're not admitting them because we have no idea who they are.
That is our conference room. I'm logged into the call, but I'm gonna because I'm gonna present some items for Randy later on.
Oh, so we should go ahead and we should admit your conference room then. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and admit them. All right.
Madam,
How we doing,
Madam
Mr.
Hearing
Bardell? Yeah. Go ahead.
Madam Hearing Examiner, this is John Newell. I just want to ask to be excused for the afternoon.
Okay, sure. We will be
All
back
right,
tomorrow.
thank you. Yes, I should be back tomorrow. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm ready when you are, Judge.
Okay. Mr. Bartel is set up in a different room. All right. Oh,
Yes,
and you
I
must
am.
have
Thank you.
you must have Yolanda with you. Okay, is that who I
Yes.
was just talking to? Okay.
That's correct.
All right. So let me just say again that due to time constraints, and we lose our court reporter tomorrow afternoon, so we need to get this hearing we need to get it finished by tomorrow afternoon. So I'm limiting everyone's cross-exam from here on out to 20 minutes. And Ms. Stevens is limited to 10 more minutes with hers with Mr. Campion. So really go through all your questions and make sure that they're really the most important questions at the top. Are you ready, Ms. Stevens?
Yes.
Okay, your witness.
I want to make sure I've got. Let's see. Oh, there he is. Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Campion. I will make this faster. I did not expect only 10 minutes, but I'll talk fast. Could you
Good
change?
afternoon.
Is your audio on?
Just saying good afternoon.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're kind of, I don't know whether you can see on the video, you're kind of breaking up a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Your voice is good, your picture's kind of breaking up. Okay, let's look at your well, you can look at your rebuttal exhibit B5, and I know you have that yourself, so I'm not going to ask to put that on the screen, but I'd like you to just confirm at exhibit B5, page B505, you're responding to part of Deputy Chief Heck's direct testimony concerning financial fitness of Elite, correct?
Okay.
Okay. And I would like you to look at, I'm going to put this, I'm going to try to share here, maybe I'll get lucky. And put up is that getting to you?
All right.
Oh, it
You
is?
see the-
Okay,
Yep.
it's not on my screen. It's weird, it's not on my screen. I may have two Zooms running or something. Okay, so I can still see you, Mr. Campion, and you could, I guess, see me in the sidebar. I'd like you to go to page C0032 of this testimony. This is the testimony I believe you're responding to, right? Now, in your own testimony, you specifically, the question on line 14 of page B0505, you specifically state that you're responding to Mr. Heck's testimony at page 29, line 20 through page 31, line 2. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that you did not provide a response to his testimony about on page 31 through page 31 through page 31 through 32, did you?
I'm going to ask that be more specific.
Okay.
I mean, that's a very long passage in the.
Okay. In your rebuttal testimony, Mr. Campion, did you respond to Mr. Heck's testimony on, I'll try to do
Okay.
on.
Now I'm confused. What exhibit are we on now?
Well, right now, I hope you still, I'm having problems seeing what you're seeing on Zoom. Every time I screen share, I get like different views. I'm trying to get to, I think, yeah. I'm so sorry, I'm incompetent here. I thought I was at, says you are screen sharing, but I'm not seeing, is there a way to,
Okay, we'll pull it up for you. Which exhibit are we looking at?
C1, corrected direct testimony of Sean Heck.
Okay, so
I must be on
C1.
I must be on two different Zoom meetings because I have a little thing showing that I'm screen sharing.
Well, we haven't admitted that exhibit yet. So
yeah,
do you want to?
I'm just using this as a guidance. It doesn't need to be admitted yet. I think is the point. And if you can go to page D0032.
Okay.
All right. So, Mr. Campion, do you dispute that the department's rules adopt a federal minimum requirement of $1,500,000 of liability insurance?
No, ma'am. I do believe that is what they have adopted, and we exceed that coverage.
And did you dispute that the certificate of liability insurance included in Elite's Form E names Elite Medical Management LLP of El Paso, Texas as the insured?
No, ma'am, that is the insured on the certificate with additional named insureds on the policy.
Is there anything in the record of this case that demonstrates that Elite Medical Management LLC, El Paso, Texas, is legally liable for injury or damages caused by Elite Medical Transport LLC of New Mexico?
Not sure if that exists in any of the exhibits. However, it is clearly stated in the policy.
And the policy is not one of the exhibits, correct?
No, ma'am, I just believe the certificate of insurance is.
Okay. Why should the DOT accept as sufficient insurance coverage? Coverage is shown on shown in the certificate of insurance in the application if it applies to entities other than Elite Medical Transport of New Mexico.
The DOT is well aware, and we've been inspected since the DOT took over from the PRC of our corporate structure, our insurance strategy. They've viewed our certificates, they've looked at that, and this is known to the DOT and has been accepted.
How many ambulances does Elite Medical Transport LLC operate in New Mexico?
Elite operates 10 ambulances in New Mexico. 8 are active and 2 are reserve.
And how many ambulances does Elite Medical Transport of Texas operate?
Elite Medical Transport of Texas has 42 insured vehicles.
Are there any other companies besides those two that are covered by the certificate of insurance that's in the company's application?
So underneath Elite Medical Management's insurance umbrella, Elite Medical Transport of Texas, LLC, is covered. Elite Medical Transport, LLC, is covered. Vital Business Services is covered. Elite Medical Transport Leasing Equipment is covered.
What was that? Miles Business Services, did you say?
Vital Business Services, which is our billing back-end component.
And do either of the last two entities provide ambulance services anywhere directly?
No, they do not.
Do they own or operate motor vehicles?
No, they do not.
Okay, let's move on then. Thank you.
All right, you got 1 minute.
Okay, I've got 1 minute here. I think we can. But one question. Okay, if you would look at your rebuttal testimony, at page B0495 at lines 5 to 7. You seem to be suggesting that Elite would assist AMR in its 911 response by providing 248 interfacility transfers per day, don't you?
I'm sorry, could you give me that reference again, please?
B49495 lines 5 to 7. I hope I got it
you.
right in my notes here for that.
So could you restate the question?
Yeah, in that testimony, are you suggesting that Elite would assist AMR in its 911 response by providing 248, it's that number I'm interested in, 248 interfacility transfers per month? Is that one of your numbers?
I am attempting to locate the testimony, but the general premise that's being stated there is that with Elite assisting in the interfacility transport volume, that would free up AMR ambulances for 911 response is the
My
premise.
question has to do with how did you get 248 when earlier you were talking about 264 with Ms. Miller? What's the difference there?
I'm gonna object on the grounds
can
of
you give-
ambiguity.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bartel, I didn't hear you.
The question's unintelligible. The witness needs to be asked a question that, actually points to a fact that he can attest to.
Is that because you have I have the wrong page citation?
Okay, well, your time is up, Miss Stevens. So
Okay, we had
if we,
his testimony, 248. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Campion and Madam Hearing Examiner and Mr.
Okay.
Bartel. And
okay. All right. All right. So next up is going to be Mr. Herman representing the county. Mr. Herman, do you have any cross exam?
I do. I have a few lines of questioning. Is my audio coming in okay?
I can hear you fine.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Campion. How are you today?
Doing well. Good afternoon.
Is this your first time providing testimony at either the DOT or the PRC?
That is correct.
Well, I hope we're not beating you up too much. You're doing a bang up job all morning. I had some couple questions about your direct testimony and the application. So let's just start with your direct testimony. That's exhibit B2 at line page 1 or Bates number 472, line 3. You identify yourself as a member of EMT. What exactly does that mean, and what are your roles?
So I am, I have ownership in the company, and then I also serve as the president managing the day-to-day operations of Elite.
How many other managers are there or members?
There is, so there is one other.
One, you said? Sorry, I'm having some issues. I don't know if I'm the only one.
One. Yes, there is one other.
Okay. And Elite operates in New Mexico and Texas, correct?
Elite Medical Transport LLC, the applicant, operates in New Mexico.
Okay. But you mentioned, is it Elite Medical Services that operates in Texas?
Elite Medical Transport of Texas is a distinct company unto itself that operates in Texas.
Okay, so is there any shared benefit between the two companies? Do you share employees or offer similar training? Is there any benefit to having a larger group associated with you all?
Each entity purchases shared services. For example, Elite Medical Transport purchases maintenance and dispatch services from Elite Medical Transport of Texas. Both entities purchase billing and management services from Vital Business Services, but they are distinct corporate entities.
When did you become a member of Elite?
January of 2021. I began my employment with Elite in 2011.
We're having some staticky feedback. Does anybody know what might be causing that? If somebody has something turned on that might be causing static, please eliminate it. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, Mr. Campion.
I completed my answer.
Okay.
When you started in 2021 or 2011, you said, what was your role with the company?
My role was vice president over air ambulance operations.
Are you an EMT or a paramedic?
I am a New Mexico licensed paramedic as well.
Okay. You mentioned this morning that you were testifying in Seattle, but your application notes you have an address in Vado, New Mexico?
That's correct. I'm currently traveling and set aside 2 days for hearing here in Seattle.
Okay. So you're not, Elite doesn't have any offices or any operations in Seattle, is what my question.
That is correct. We do not. I am a resident of Doña County.
I'm sorry, sir, you're breaking up. Resident
And
of?
my office is located in El Paso, Texas. And I have a resident of Doña County.
She's frozen.
And have no ties to Seattle other than travel.
Okay, so Mr.
Is
Campion,
my
I'm
audio okay
sorry.
now?
You froze up for a second there. So let me just say, so you are traveling, you do not have an office in Seattle, and you are a resident of Dona Ana County, New Mexico. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And you have an office in where in Texas?
Where I maintain my office is in El Paso, Texas.
El Paso. Okay. Was there anything else of substance in your answer that you need to repeat for the court reporter?
I don't believe so.
Okay. All right. I got that accurate, right?
You did.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Herman.
Thank you. So if we could go to the application briefly, you mentioned at base number B0002, or page 2, that Elite provides services in New Mexico in Hidalgo, Luna, Eddy, and Roosevelt counties. Can you tell me the scope of those services? Do they involve, or let me rephrase that. Do you do IFTs in those territories?
Primarily, IFT is what we do in Eddy County. In Luna County, it is primarily IFT, but a fair number of mutual aid to Columbus and Deming. Roosevelt County is limited to interfacility transports only, and we do not operate, although we have authority for Hidalgo County.
You don't operate at all in Hidalgo County?
We do not have a location there, nor do we provide many services to Hidalgo County, except
He's frozen again, Judge.
Lost that.
Okay. What could be happening? Because we didn't have any problem with him this morning. I just don't know how to fix this.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I believe I can adjust this in just one moment and get better quality.
I tell you what, I will allow it if you think that the video is lagging and causing you to lag. I will allow you to turn your video off and just testify with just your audio. Okay, let's try that and see if that helps the problem.
Okay, my apologies for that. Do I sound better?
Yep, you sure do. All right, Mr. Herman.
Okay, thank
Oh,
you.
wait a minute. Does he need to repeat? I'm sorry. Does he need to repeat that last answer because the court reporter didn't get it?
I don't know what I lost, but we do not have a location there, nor do we provide any services to Hidalgo County except as the last thing I got.
Except for mutual aid to Lordsburg EMS.
So in any of those counties, are you providing 911 service?
We are not the primary 911 provider in any of those counties. We provide emergency response under mutual aid agreements.
Are you familiar with the New Mexico Indigent Healthcare Act?
With the New Mexico Indigent Healthcare Act
Uh,
or
it-
grant?
I'm sorry, what was that, Mr. Campion?
I'm sorry, did you say a grant or an act?
I said the act. I'll represent you that there's a New Mexico statute regarding the provision of healthcare for indigent services. Are you at all familiar with that?
I'm vaguely familiar with it, and we participate with the Indigent Fund in Luna County.
Could you elaborate on that a little bit more? How do you participate?
I would not be the expert in my office on that topic. I do know that we do receive funds from the Luna County Indigent Fund.
Do you know if you have an agreement with the county for those funds?
I do not.
Do you know if you have a similar agreement for Doña County?
I do not.
Are you aware of the other IFT applications in Doña County that are currently pending before the Department of Transportation?
I am aware of 2 applications.
Would that be EP Medical and AIT?
That's correct.
If granted your certificate, would you intend to protest those applications?
I don't believe that we would meet the timeline to protest those applications. I don't think it would be possible for us to do so.
Regarding the services and specifically the IFT services you hope to provide, would that be done via an agreement with the individual healthcare facilities, or how would you expect to be dispatched for IFTs?
The usual process for IFT dispatch is a call from the facility requesting the service. Whether or not that facility is contracted, that is a contracting arrangement between Elite and the requesting facility. Some facilities prefer contracts for payer reasons and records retention reasons and data sharing reasons. So typically contracts are put into place, but we would accept requests regardless of contract or not.
Okay, thank you for that. Do you know if those contracts would be subject to a competitive RFP?
That would be the decision of the contracting facility and what rules they're subject to, whether or not they would have to go to a competitive RFP or whether they could directly contract for services.
Going back to the certificates we discussed in the other New Mexico counties, does Elite hold all those certificates, or are they leased from some other entity that holds them?
Elite is the holder of the certificates for the territories listed.
A few years back, maybe not a few years, within the last 2 years, Doña Ana issued or the city of Las Cruces issued an RFP for ambulance service in the entire county. Were you aware of that RFP, and did Elite try to respond?
Elite was aware of the RFP, and at the time, due to the scope, magnitude, and the 911 component, Elite chose not to submit a bid.
Does Elite, when making its decisions to provide transport, does it ever check the patient's insurance status?
As previously stated in another question, yes. Many insurance companies require coordination of benefits and prior authorizations, and Elite works to assist to shield the patient from out-of-pocket expenses and to be able to recoup any reimbursement that is warranted. However, it is never a criteria for deciding whether or not to transport a patient.
When you mentioned earlier your work with the Indigent Fund in, was it Luna County?
That's correct.
Is there a significant number of indigent, sorry, scratch that. Who exactly qualifies as indigent under that agreement?
I'm unfamiliar with the criteria that Luna County uses to qualify people for that.
Do you know an approximate amount that's recovered for indigent services?
Less than 1%. It's nil.
If required as a condition of approval here, would you be willing to provide similar indigent services in Doña Ana?
Yes, it is typically part and parcel of operating an ambulance service.
Let me rephrase that. Without an agreement with Doña Ana County, assuming Elite's application is granted, would Elite still be willing to provide indigent transports, even if they might not be reimbursed for them?
We expect a certain percentage of patients to have no funding source and to receive no compensation for those services, and that is just a cost of business to operate an ambulance service.
So you're saying Elite would be willing to bear that cost of business?
That is correct.
All right. Let me just check my list of questions, but I believe that is about it. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Campion. I appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Herman. All right, next we have New Mexico Department of Transportation.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Mr. Campion, this is Sam Roybal with the New Mexico Department of Transportation. I have just a few questions. I'm going to try. I want to talk to you a little bit about the application. It was Exhibit B2. B1 was the exhibit, and it is B0002. And I think you testified earlier about this, about that the application itself didn't allow for the type of services, the specific services you were intending to provide. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so you had checked ambulance,
Correct.
which is the full service. And
Correct.
then there's also non-emergency medical under the specialized passenger service. Now, just for the record, do you consider the interfacility transport the same as non-emergency medical?
No, sir. I consider non-emergency medical as paratransit, wheelchair van services, rides to doctor's appointments, but not ambulance service.
And so interfacility transport would fall under ambulance services.
Yes, sir.
Is
That
that
is
your
my belief.
understanding? Okay. And you testified a little bit ago about that Elite is not the primary 911 provider for the various counties. I think you said Luna, Eddy, and Hidalgo. They're not the primary 911 service provider in those counties. Is that correct?
Elite is not the primary service provider in those counties.
Do you know how that's determined? Like who is going to be the primary 911 service providers for those counties?
Those arrangements predate me. In Luna County, the Deming Fire Department is the primary responder to Luna County through the 911 system. They're dispatched through the PSAP, with the exception of Columbus, New Mexico. Carlsbad Fire Department has a service area that covers a large portion of Eddy County. And again, that arrangement with the PSAP predates Elite moving into that community. And in Roosevelt County, the Portales Fire Department and a few other volunteer fire departments predate us as the primary 911 provider.
So is it safe to say that that's determined based off an agreement between the 911 services and the ambulance services? Is that typically how it works in the industry?
There are many variations on how the primary 911 service responds. I believe a preponderance of them, the fire department is the main provider of fire and EMS services. And I'm sure that there is a city county arrangement statute that governs that. Although you do see in other areas where private EMS is brought in to be the 911 provider.
And so I'm just trying to understand, you're not intending, Elite is not intending to provide 911 services without a mutual aid agreement. And then what other emergency services would Elite be providing that are not 911 services?
Not sure I understand the question, but let me see if this answers it.
I'll withdraw the question. Let me ask a little bit more specifically. You had testified earlier about providing ambulance services to events.
Yes, sir.
And so I assume that is because if there's an emergency service, Elite will provide the transportation from that event to the nearest medical facility.
That is correct.
So that's one example. What other examples of those type of services that are not 911 would Elite be providing?
So the services that aren't through the 911 system would be interfacility transports, standbys, and then through the 911 system at the request of the 911 services, we could provide mutual aid if they needed additional resources.
What steps so Elite has had a mutual aid agreement with AMR since I think you said 2019, correct?
That's correct.
What step has Elite ever attempted to have a mutual aid agreement with either the city of Las Cruces or Donna Ana, or with the city of Las Cruces?
No, sir. We have not. And our service area, Doña County is very large. And so our service area is more likely to touch the county, the rural edges. where Doñana County and Luna County meet. And that area that overlaps, which is not covered by the city. The city essentially is insulated by the county.
So Elite hasn't provided any interfacility transport within the city limits based on a mutual aid agreement with AMR?
Elite has provided services interfacility to Doñana County facilities through mutual aid with AMR when starting in primarily in March of 2024. Facilities, at a very high rate began to call Elite requesting our services. And our practice had been to call the AMR supervisor, say, we've been requested for a transfer originating out of Doñana County. Are you aware of it? They may say yes, they may say no, and then they may say, authorize us to come and take that patient. In March, when the contract changed and we started receiving a higher volume for that, I spoke with Kenneth Lujan at AMR, and I said, pardon me, do you want us to call on every trip? Or if we get the request, is that deemed AMR has referred it to us? And he said, hey, if you get the call, AMR has referred it to you. We have since gone back to the process of calling for every transport.
Are you familiar with the patient catchment area? The definition under the rules for patient catchment area?
I'm familiar with the patient catchment area concept, but in the rules, not specifically.
Okay. Is there anywhere in your mutual aid agreement with AMR that identifies the patient catchment area?
I would not be able to tell you off the top of my head without reviewing it right now.
Does the mutual aid agreement with AMR limit it to any particular area?
My understanding is that it is for Doñana County.
When Elite does provide mutual aid pursuant to the mutual aid agreement, what rates does it charge for the transport? Does it charge its rates or does it charge AMR's rates?
We charge according to our tariff.
Okay, so you charge a higher tariff for that because AMR's is actually lower than yours.
Without respect to AMR's tariffs, it's our understanding that we have to charge in accordance to our tariff, that the tariff is assigned to the carrier.
Isn't it true that under the rules that, hold on, let me pull them up real quick. Sorry. That an ambulance service shall develop mutual aid agreements with all appropriate entities that may be all appropriate entities. Let me rephrase that. I'm sorry. I'm going to represent to you that the rule 18.3.14.9 says ambulance services shall develop mutual aid agreements with all appropriate entities. Now, again, Elite does not have a mutual aid agreement with Doñana County, correct?
No, sir, we do not.
Does not have one with Las Cruces, the city of Las Cruces.
We do not.
And I guess the inverse would be true that Doñana doesn't have a mutual aid agreement with Elite, correct?
That is correct.
And the same with Las Cruces, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further, pass it.
Okay, Mr. Campion, I have some questions for you now. Just a couple
ma'am.
of quick questions. All right, so you indicated that the tariff rates that you included in your application were approved by the PRC in 2022 without any changes, correct?
That is correct.
Are you required to list tariff rates for all potential services, even though you may not offer those services in every county listed on your certificate if you were to be granted? Well, you already have a certificate, so are you required to offer all those services on your tariff in the counties that you currently have a certificate for?
That was a big question. Can you
I'm sorry.
restate that?
Okay, so you have a lot of services listed on the tariff.
Correct.
Are you required by DOT to list tariffs for services that you may not intend to offer?
I do not believe the DOT requires us to list any services specifically. However,
Okay.
we chose to list all services that are recognized by Medicare as a billable ambulance HCPC code.
Okay. All right. How do you determine your business? How do you determine which services you're going to provide in each county?
Typically, we provide what is considered to be standard ambulance, ALS, BLS transport services, both with the emergency, non-emergency component, which encompasses all the scope and care of EMT providers, from the EMT basic to the EMT paramedic. And so we try to apply a mix of the appropriate providers to accommodate the transport volumes that exist in that service area.
Okay. All right. Previously in your testimony, you mentioned a meeting of the interfacility transport stakeholders meeting. Is that the same as the ambulance oversight committee meeting?
No, ma'am. The ambulance oversight committee is a committee of individuals tasked with reviewing and administering the PSA between the city, the Doña Ana County, and AMR. And the interfacility stakeholders planning committee meeting is persons with an interest in interfacility transport efficiency informally gathering.
Okay, and so the interfacility transport stakeholders meeting, that is an informal meeting, and it is composed of like providers from how many different counties? Can you give me a scope of what we're looking at there?
That meeting is not conducted by Elite Medical Transport. Elite Medical Transport has not been invited to that meeting. We are aware of that meeting. In request for production, we received notes from that meeting, but we would not be the appropriate ones to describe what takes place at that meeting or what that meeting is comprised of.
Oh, okay. So okay, I'm trying to figure out who holds these meetings. Who is the host? Who provides the agenda and hosts the meeting? Who is this in the interfacility?
Yes, I believe that question could best be answered by American Medical Response or City of Las Cruces.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll ask them that then. Okay, have you ever been invited to the ambulance oversight committee meeting?
No, ma'am.
Okay, but to your understanding, they are open to the public, and do you know if public notice is posted?
They are not formally listed as a committee on the City of Las Cruces website.
Okay.
I'm not aware of their postings for meetings. I'm not aware if it's of public nature. I do believe that would be an appropriate question for City of Las Cruces.
Okay, so I will save those questions for those witnesses. All right, then. Thank you very much. Okay, at this point, we are finished with cross-exam and my questions. So now we are, do we need to do redirect? Or recross? What do you want to go to? Mr. Botel?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I have a very few questions. I'll keep it as
Okay.
brief as possible for Mr. Campion on redirect.
Okay.
So, Mr. Campion, you were asked a number of questions that had to do with that spreadsheet, which is part of AMR's Exhibit E4 and is attached thereto as Exhibit 5. Excuse me. Think. Some reason the copy I have with Bates numbers doesn't have Exhibit 5 on it, but I'm talking about the spreadsheet you were asked about this morning, and it's found at Bates number E-0087 through 92. You recall that spreadsheet?
I do recall.
Did you prepare that spreadsheet?
I did prepare that spreadsheet.
What was your purpose in preparing that spreadsheet?
The purpose of that spreadsheet was to serve internally as a working model. At the time, that spreadsheet was in use. We were having productive discussions with AMR regarding possible stipulations and what the what the go forward plan for a two provider Doñana County could look like. At the time, they had stipulated, or not officially, but put the stipulation out to see if we would be interested in 1.5 ambulances. So that working model had seen a lot of iterations. At the time that the city of Las Cruces sent over their request for production, they requested any financial documents, business plans, and although not a business plan, a financial working template that was sent to council and included in the RFP.
Are you talking about the response to the RFP?
Correct, the response to the RFP.
Now, I think you were shown the specific response to the request for production CLC 1-3, which is found at Bates page number E-0055. That interrogatory request for production asks for copies of all business plans, financial plans, prepared for the potential offering of interfacility transfers or ambulance services Doñana County. And the response states, quote, Elite does not have a business plan for service in Doñana County per se. The spreadsheet attached as Exhibit 5 is the document that comes closest to a business plan, end quote. To your knowledge, is there any part of the application regulations pertaining to this proceeding that would require Elite Medical Transport to have a business plan in support of its application?
No, otherwise a more formal business plan would have been submitted with the application.
You were asked a question this morning about the amount of mileage on the ambulances that were recently purchased. I believe these are also part of AMR Exhibit E4 and the attachments there too. I don't think it's necessary for us to bring that up. But do you remember those questions about the recently purchased ambulances and their mileages?
Yes, I do.
To your knowledge, is there any upper limit on the number of miles that an ambulance may have on its odometer for it still to be certified as an ambulance unit by the state of New Mexico?
There is no such requirement.
Have these ambulance units been inspected by the state of New Mexico?
The specific ambulance units listed on the invoice have not yet been inspected. DOT typically performs an annual inspection. They've been inspected by a qualified examiner and have passed the mandated safety inspections and found to be in good working order.
Let me ask you one last question. You were asked by Mr. Roybal about instances in which, even if you are primarily doing interfacility transports, it might be necessary for you to do an emergency transport. Is it sometimes the case that a transport which begins as a BLS scheduled transport becomes an emergency response based on the patient's change in condition?
That could occur. Yes, in a healthcare setting, that can happen.
And would that be an instance where you actually might need to run an emergency response to respond to the clinical picture presented by your patient?
That is correct.
I have nothing further.
Okay, all right. Does anyone have any very, very short recross questions they need to ask? Limited solely to,
Madam Hearing Examiner?
Uh-huh.
I have one question on Mr. Bartel's last question to Mr. Campion.
Okay.
Okay. So you're just talking about the possibility of an IFT, scheduled IFT becoming an emergency transport, Mr. Campion. Would all of your ambulances that you propose to locate in New Mexico and staff in New Mexico be capable of making that transition, or would you have to send out a second ambulance equipped with, say, a paramedic to meet that need?
Great question. And it's a contingency that is planned for in EMS all the time. It's just called an intercept. And so if a crew, let's say a EMT basic crew, has a patient whose condition changes and they request an intercept with a higher level of care, for example, a paramedic, the plan is to typically intercept with the closest paramedic level ambulance, regardless of whose brand it is. Our ambulances transport patients all over the state. And so our providers and our dispatch center are aware that, as they're crossing through other counties in New Mexico, if an intercept is required, that they may be intercepting with a company that is not elite.
And might I ask, in that situation, would the patient be transferred into a different ambulance, or would the crew be transferred into the ambulance where the patient is already strapped down?
Procedurally, it is much smoother to put the paramedic onto the ambulance that the patient is already on, so that the patient isn't exposed to the elements and doesn't have to be moved. So usually what will happen, although not in all cases, the paramedic and the paramedic's equipment will join the BLS ambulance and continue the transport.
Thank you.
All right. All right. I think that does it. Mr. Campion, I'm going to excuse you. However, I will caution you that you may be needed to be recalled for rebuttal at some point. So, but as far as direct testimony, cross-exam, hearing examiner questions, and redirect, I think we're finished, correct? Everybody finished? All right. Mr. Campion, you're excused unless you're recalled for rebuttal.
Thank you. I will be available.
Thank you very much for your time and patience this morning. All right. All right. So now we are going on to the next witness for a lead, which will be Miss Stormy Daniels. And I see that she's here. So let's.
Sorry, last name is Jackson.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. Miss
Okay.
Jackson. I'm so sorry. Oh goodness. It's been a long day already. I apologize.
It's okay, I get it all the time. It's okay.
I am so sorry.
Well, it's confusing because we have a Michael Daniels too.
I know, I know. It's just like, oh my gosh. I don't know if the camera's picking it up, but I'm completely red right now. I'm so sorry. All right, let's get you on the stand and testifying. All right, so let me find my, you know, I even said earlier, I said, I have to be careful with that name. All right, so Ms. Daniels, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, please identify yourself by spelling your name for the court reporter. Tell us where you are testifying from and identify who, if anyone, is in the room with you.
My name is Stormy, Stormy. Last name Jackson, Jackson. I am with Mesilla Valley Hospital. I am the CFO for the facility, and I have no one with me.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bartel, your witness.
Ms. Jackson, do you have a copy of the direct testimony of Stormy Jackson that has been filed in this matter?
Yes, I do.
Are there any changes or corrections that you need to make at this time to that testimony?
No, I do not.
Do you adopt the filed direct testimony without change or correction as your sworn testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
I move the admission of exhibit EMT B4, the direct testimony of Stormy Jackson.
Does anyone have any objection? All right, it's admitted.
I will pass the witness for cross-examination.
Okay, so the first one will be AMR, Miss Miller.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Ms. Jackson.
Good afternoon.
How are you today?
Well, how about yourself?
I'm good. Mesilla Valley Hospital in Las Cruces is a behavioral health hospital, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Is it fair to say that most of the transports needed by Mesilla Valley Hospital are either from the ED, like an emergency department from another hospital to your hospital, or from Mesilla Valley Hospital to another medical hospital for clearance?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And when Mesilla Valley Hospital needs to transport a patient, would you agree that the vast majority of those patients that need to be transported are non-medical emergency transfers?
I will disagree. Usually if we're transferring out, they are considered medical emergencies.
Okay, and the reason why I asked that, if you look at page 2, lines of, let's see, exhibit B4, which is your testimony, Page 2, lines 9 through 11.
Okay, I apologize. I'm pulling that up.
Okay. And wait, I might have the wrong.
I'm sorry, which lines were you referring to?
I think, let me just. Okay, I'm sorry, I referred you to the wrong page number. It is page 2, lines 9, starting at line 9. Well, actually, we can start at line 4 because that's relevant to. You were asked, what are the reasons for a Mesilla Valley Hospital patient to be transported by ambulance to another facility? You state, we use ambulances to ensure the safe transport of behavioral patients to emergency rooms for medical screenings, clearance. And then starting at at line 9, what is the patient's status when a call is made for an interfacility transport? Except in cases of a medical emergency, the patient is stable and can be transported on a non-emergency basis. So my question was, are most of your patients that need to be transported a non-emergency basis transfer?
If they are non-emergent, they would not be transported by the ambulance.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
If they're non-emergent, they would not be transported by the ambulance from our facility. They may be transferred to the facility if they're not emergent.
Okay, so when Mesilla Valley Hospital has a patient that comes into the hospital and they need to be transported for medical clearance, do you consider those transports to be medical emergency?
Correct.
Okay, and why do you consider those as a medical emergency?
Usually they are medical related, such as seizures, high blood pressure, detox, things like that. So those are needing medical emergent clearance before we can admit the patient, because since we are not a medical facility.
So are most of your patients, do most of your behavioral health patients undergo seizures or things like that?
I'm sorry, we repeat that?
I'm just trying to get a sense of, the vast majority of your behavioral health patients. Is your testimony that the vast majority of your patients have requirements for a medical staff to watch for seizures and things like that?
No, like I said, these are only for case-by-case basis. Most of them can be admitted directly. These are mostly cases that come upon drug interactions, medicine, things like that. That's why we would send them out.
Okay. So would you agree that the majority of your patients, while they may need to go to the hospital for medical clearance, they can be transported by a service that doesn't require medical monitoring, like oxygen or anything like that?
From that perspective, I would say yes.
And you would agree that Mesilla Valley Hospital staff has the ability to transport patients at times, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you're aware that ambulance services like AMR do not use behavioral health providers for their transports?
Yes, I am aware.
Okay. In your direct testimony, you indicate that to your knowledge, and I'm referring to your testimony on page 2, lines 19 through 21, which is Bates number B0488. You indicate that to your knowledge, there's not another ambulance provider available to do interfacility transfers in Doña Ana County. Are you aware that there are companies that provide non-emergency medical transport services in Doña Ana County, such as EP Medical, Rio Grande Transit, Secure Transportation, or My Ride?
I was not aware of them. I know there's some out there, but we do not utilize them. So I'm not aware of their services.
Okay. Are you the person at Mesilla Valley Hospital that usually calls AMR for transports?
No, I am not.
Okay. So to your knowledge, does Mesilla Valley Hospital call 911 when requesting transfers of its patients?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And are you aware that according to American Medical Responses records, Mesilla Valley Hospital has only called AMR's interfacility transfer line 10 times in the last year?
I was not aware of that number.
Okay. Are you aware that the majority of calls that come to AMR from Mesilla Valley Hospital are called through the 911 service?
Yes,
Even though the majority of your patients don't need medical monitoring or oxygen, things like that?
correct.
And when Mesilla Valley Hospital calls 911 and AMR responds, would you agree that it does not take AMR 12 hours to transport the patient?
In medical emergencies, no.
To your knowledge, does AMR treat those calls, those 911 calls, as 911 calls, and they respond within that appropriate time frame?
To my knowledge, yes.
In your testimony, you state that Mesilla Valley Hospital has been in contact with Elite about securing a contract for Elite services, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Since the majority of Mesilla Valley Hospital's patients do not need emergency care, medical emergency care for transport, would Mesilla Valley Hospital's needs be satisfied by entering into an agreement with a specialized passenger service that provides non-emergency medical transport?
I'm not knowledgeable of those processes. It's definitely something we can look into. And to clarify, we do use Elite for more than non-emergent transfers.
Oh, those are all the questions I have. Thank you very much, Ms. Jackson.
Thank you.
All right, so next we are going to the city. Ms. Stevens, your witness.
It's nice to meet you, Ms. Jackson, but I have no questions.
Yes.
Thank you for being here and for being so patient for this long hearing.
Thank you.
All right, so next we're going to the county. So Mr. Herman, your witness.
Thank you, Madam Examiner, and thank you, Ms. Jackson, for your testimony. I have no questions, and I'm going to ask, or at least let you know that I have no questions for the remaining witnesses. I might have a question for staff tomorrow, but at this time I'm going to ask for my appearance to be excused.
Okay, you're excused. Thank you.
I'll probably keep one ear on the proceeding, but
Okay.
you won't need to call on me for anything.
All right, thank you, Mr. Herman. All right, now we are up to Department of Transportation, Mr. Roybal.
I guess this is for you, Madam Hearing Officer, before I ask my question.
Sure.
Was EMT Exhibit B1 admitted? The application, I believe it was admitted, right?
Yes, it was. Mm-hmm.
What is the status regarding the exhibits to the application? Are those also admitted and there are not?
Unless, let's see, there's still a pending objection to the, I believe it's B6, B7, and B8. Are those also attached as exhibits to the application?
No, I do not believe so.
Okay, that's the only, objection, that I haven't ruled on yet. So, there were no objections to the attachments to the application in B1.
So then I just have a real quick question for Ms. Jackson.
Okay.
Do you have exhibit B1 before you, Ms. Jackson? EMT exhibit B1 with the application?
I just had the testimonies, I believe is all I have.
Okay. I'm gonna try to share this with you.
Okay.
With everybody, so bear with me. So can you see this shared screen right now?
Yes.
Okay. Did you submit this, did you draft this letter?
Yes, I did.
And did you provide it as part of the application for EMT?
Yes,
Or
I did.
Elite?
Yes.
Is all the information in there true and correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Is there any reason that you know of that Transportation Regulation Bureau could not rely on this particular?
None that I'm aware of.
I have no further questions.
All right, Ms. Jackson, I have a couple questions for you. So, okay, so when you usually have an interfacility transport call, I think you indicated in your direct testimony that it's normally scheduled, the patient is stable, and it's non-emergency. But then I kind of heard, well, is that the case? And is that normally the case?
There's two components. If it's non-emergent, means that we have accepted the patient.
Okay.
They are being transferred. If it is emergent, usually it's only from our backup. The non-emergent is from the referring facility to our facility, and the emergent is from our facility to an ED, ER for further clearance.
For a medical clearance. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. All right. Now, you indicated in your testimony that sometimes Elite Medical Transport at the direction of AMR takes a call if AMR doesn't have any units available.
Yes, they will. We do have a contract with them that we can call them for services.
Oh, so let me understand this. So you have a mutual aid agreement with Elite?
We have a service agreement.
A service agreement. Okay. And so you can call them directly without going through the 911 system and getting AMR?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. So in the instances where you have used Elite Medical Transport, have you found that they've been responsive and timely?
As far as I know of, I have not called them directly. Usually that's our admissions department, but I have not heard any conflict or any type of, I guess, worries or anything they haven't done.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. That's all the questions I have. So now we'll go to redirect with Mr. Bartel.
Ms. Jackson, to turn your attention to the testimony in the pre-file testimony that was admitted, starting at page 2, line 22 to page 3, line 3. So you were asked a question about the hospital's experience with AMR with respect to non-emergency inter-facility transport services. And your answer is where you speak of delays of up to 12 hours when receiving a patient. Could you explain in more detail what kind of transport it is in which the hospital has seen delays of up to 12 hours?
So the delays are once we accept a patient and we have admitting orders from our provider, our MD, we do have the facility work on transportation to send the patients to us. It's not directly related to AMR. It's just the ambulance availability based on that facility referral. And so the 12 hours means it just depends on delays with other emergent services. That's basically what it comes down to.
So these are calls for service that are placed by the sending facility, for instance, an emergency department. And you've been notified to expect a patient, and that's where you're experiencing the delay you're speaking of there?
Correct. Or it could be we've sent someone out for medical clearance, the same situation. It could just be local in Donna Ana, and they don't have an ambulance available that they've called to bring the patient back.
I see. Okay. All right, nothing further. Thank you.
All right. Does anyone have any recross?
Yes, I have a follow-up question.
Okay.
Ms. Jackson, I think you said when you see delays up to 12 hours, you see that when patients are coming from the hospital back to your facility, is that correct?
It could be either or. We've seen both instances.
Okay. And why are you calling, why is there an ambulance service that is called to transport the patient back to Mesilla Valley Hospital? Is Mesilla Valley Hospital able to pick the patient up from the hospital after clearance?
We can, however, we have to have a MD sign off at the hospital, the ED or the ER, saying the patient is cleared and medically stable to drive or to be transported in a non-emergent or ambulance.
So you have to wait for an MD to sign off that the patient has been discharged from the hospital, correct?
Correct.
But also that the patient at the same time, they would say whether the patient can go through non-emergency transport, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the vast majority of the patients that come back to your hospital, would you agree that those do not require emergency transport?
Yes,
Those
I
could be
agree.
okay. Those patients can be transported back to your facility through a non-emergency transport service, like a specialized passenger service. And I know you're not familiar with all the technicalities, but they don't need medical monitoring, oxygen, things like that. They can just be transferred back to your facility, either by your own employees or by another service.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right, Miss Jackson.
I have a question to follow up on your questioning. Is that within the bounds?
I'm sorry.
I have a question. This is Ms. Stevens. I have a question that follows up on the hearing examiner's questioning. I think that's within the limits of recross. Is that right?
Yeah, sure. Quick.
Yes, I was going to be very quick. Ms. Jackson, I believe you testified that you have a service contract with a lead. Is that right?
That is correct. Yes.
And how far back in time does that go?
I think it's been a year. I'm not sure I don't have it in front of me, but I know it's been within the last year.
Within the last year. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. All right, Miss Jackson, we are finished with your testimony today. It's possible you could be called back for rebuttal, probably unlikely. But still, we are finished with your direct testimony and cross-exam today. Thank you very much for appearing and giving us your time today.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. All right, next up is going to be is it David Schmidt?
That is correct.
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Schmidt, there you are. Okay. If you would please raise your right hand and repeat after me. Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that the testimony you are about to be will be the truth, that you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, please identify yourself by spelling your name for the court reporter. Tell us where you are testifying from and identify who, if anyone, is in the room with you.
Sure. My name is David Schmidt, DAVIDSCHMIDT. I am testifying from Baltimore, Maryland, and there's nobody in the room with me.
Okay, great. Thank you. Mr. Bartell, your witness.
Mr. Schmidt, do you have available to you a copy of the direct testimony that was filed on your behalf in this matter?
I do.
Are there any changes or corrections that you need to make to that pre-filed testimony?
There is just one grammatical change or correction on page 4, line 4. Dunya Anna is spelled wrong.
And I will take full responsibility for that spelling error. Thank you for pointing that out.
I just saw it yesterday, actually.
Any other corrections that you need to make?
No, sir.
Do you adopt this testimony with that spelling correction as your sworn testimony in this matter?
I do.
I pass the witness cross-examination.
Okay,
Okay.
first up is going to be Miss Miller again.
Good afternoon, Ms. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you.
Okay. Is it true that you are no longer the chief nursing officer for Memorial Medical Center?
That is correct.
Okay. And how long have you been gone from Memorial Medical Center?
6 weeks now. April 14th.
Okay. And why did you leave Memorial Medical Center?
There was a reorganization among the C-suite, and I lost my job.
Okay. Is it fair to say you are not officially representing Memorial Medical Center in this proceeding?
No, I am not.
And is it fair to say you currently have no information on Memorial Medical Center's current IFT needs?
Not since April 14th, 2025.
Mr. Schmidt, have you heard of the interfacility transfer stakeholder meetings that have been conducted by AMR and the City of Las Cruces?
Yes, I have.
Okay. When was the last time you attended one of those stakeholder meetings?
It's probably been a good 5-6 months. I sent our EMS liaison to this when I couldn't make those.
Okay. Possibly sometime last fall is the last time you attended a stakeholder meeting?
Could have been in the wintertime, probably November-ish.
Okay. So you haven't been a part of the recent discussions in those IFT stakeholder meetings?
No, I have not.
And you have not been to any recent meetings where the stakeholders have recognized improvements, significant improvements in interfacility transfer response times?
Not
Foundation.
No.
To your knowledge, has Memorial Medical Center changed the frequency with which it requests non-emergency interfacility transfers since the IFT stakeholder meetings have been conducted over the last year?
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Sure. Yeah. To your personal knowledge, has Memorial Medical Center had any change in its need for IFT transfers in the number of transfers needed?
No, it has not.
In your direct testimony, at page 2, lines 17 through 20, you're asked, to your knowledge, is there another ambulance provider available in Doña Ana County to do interfacility transports aside from American Medical Response? And you state, to your knowledge, there's not another service that provides interfacility transports. Are you aware that there are other companies that have certificates to provide non-emergent medical transport like EP Medical?
They're not an ambulance provider, so that's why I answered there's not another ambulance provider in Doña Ana County.
Okay. Are you aware that there are services that for specialized passenger service, non-emergent medical transfer that are available in Doña Ana County?
Yes, I do.
And does Memorial Medical Center use those services?
We do not.
At page 2, lines 10 through 13 of your direct testimony, which is base number B-0481, you state approximately 15% of Memorial Medical Center's transfer calls need a higher level of care. At least as of the time you left, was that correct?
Yes, that's approximate number. It changes from month to month, depending on what traumas we have coming in or what patient population we have presenting to our emergency department.
Okay. For those types of interfacility transfers to a higher level of care, are those interfacility transfers generally treated as emergency interfacility transfers as opposed to non-emergency interfacility transfers?
There would be an emergent need.
Okay. Do you see quicker response times for those types of calls?
We do. We use the 911 system for those calls.
Okay. So those are the types of calls that you that are treated more like 911 calls, and they're not the calls that have response times of 6 hours or more, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of the current shortage of EMTs in New Mexico?
I can speak for Doña Ana County. Yes, there is.
Okay. In your experience as the former CNO of Memorial Medical Center, would it negatively impact the hospital's patients if the 911 service was not able to respond to 911 calls due to an inadequate number of EMT staff?
Yes, if there was delays in 911, that would definitely affect the medical needs of our community.
So in your experience as the former CNO of Memorial Medical Center, the continued stability of the 911 ambulance service is important to Memorial Medical Center?
Yes, and to our community.
And is it fair to say you have no knowledge about how the existing ambulance service providers, AMR, and the City of Las Cruces Fire Department will be affected financially and operationally from bringing in a new ambulance provider into Doña Ana County?
I could not speak to that.
And at least while you were the chief nursing officer at Memorial Medical Center, I think in your testimony at page 2, lines 6 through 9, base number B-0481, you indicated that Memorial Medical Center called for interfacility transports approximately 130 times per month. Was that over the last, or what time frame are you referring to there?
That would be in the statement. It was January 2023 to the present, and that was on January 29th of 2024 was my testimony.
Okay. And when you were the chief nursing officer of Memorial Medical Center, you used Elite. when AMR confirmed that it had no units available or stated delays were going to be over 4 to 6 hours, correct?
Correct.
At the same time, Memorial Medical Center's case management department, according to your testimony at page 5, lines 1 through 3, and that's Bates number B-0484. And there you indicate that Memorial Medical Center's case management department informed you that Memorial Medical Center has only called Elite approximately 10 times per month in 2024, correct?
Yes.
And Elite has been responsive when you call and they assist when they are able, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware that Elite has a mutual aid agreement with AMR to assist with ambulance transport when needed?
I do.
And this means that Elite can continue to assist with interfacility transports to and from Memorial Medical Center, correct?
Correct. When called upon by AMR.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the last part.
When AMR requests the mutual aid.
Is it fair to say you do not know how often Memorial Medical Center has called Elite since you stopped working there?
That is correct. I do not.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schmidt. Those are all the questions I have.
All right, now we are moving on to Ms. Stevens, your witness.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Mr. Schmidt. I have no questions for you.
All right. Moving on to, Mr. Herman indicated that he had no questions for this witness, so we'll move right along to DOT and Mr. Roybal.
Hi, Mr. Schmidt. I'm Sam Roybal. I'm with the General Counsel's Office, Mexico DOT, representing Transportation Regulation Bureau. I'm gonna share with you screen. Let me know once you can see it. Are you able to see that, Mr. Schmidt?
I can see this.
Okay. This is part of the application. It's Bates stamped B-0158, and it is a letter. It appears to be a letter from Memorial Medical Center. Is that your signature there?
That is.
Do you recall drafting this?
I do.
And was the information that you were providing there on August 30th true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
To my knowledge, yes.
Do you know of any reason why Transportation Regulation Bureau could not rely on this particular letter?
No, I do not.
I have no further questions.
All right. Mr. Schmidt, now I get to ask you some questions. So you indicated in your testimony that approximately 15% of your ITF calls are for a higher trauma level. When that happens, where are those calls normally going to? Are they going to Albuquerque almost always, or where?
No, it really depends on what the need of the patient is. If they're coming for a neuro reason or a higher level care for like a level 1 trauma, they'd be going to El Paso just because it's quicker for flight or for ground transport.
Okay. All right. Okay. Also, you indicated that sometimes you reach out to providers that are not located in Dona Ana County. When this is true when AMR has no units available. So how you arrange those calls is you call 911, you get AMR, and AMR hands you off to another provider. Is that how that works?
Well, for the IFTs, we would then use another transport service if they're available. But for the 911 for the higher level of care, we would use the 911 system.
But for the non-emergency transports, would you just call directly to the providers?
We would start with AMR and get the wait time. If that wait time exceeded our need, because again, we have patients coming in consistently through our emergency departments. So I need to get my patients out that need a lower level of care through their IFTs. And then if AMR if their time frame was too long, That's when we reach
Uh-huh.
out to Lead or Sierra Vista or whomever can take those
Okay.
patients back. A lot of
Okay.
times patients need ambulance services. That's what we can't use as those transport services because a lot of times they're bedbound.
Right. Okay. And so when you have utilized Elite Medical Transport, have you found them to be responsive and timely?
Yes, when they're able to send a rig from El Paso, they are very timely and responsive.
Okay, great. I do not have any other questions. It is back to you, Mr. Bartel, for redirect.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I don't have any redirect questions, but I do need to move the admission of Exhibit EMT B-3.
Okay, I was wondering about that. I was going to ask about that. Okay, so we have Exhibit B3, the testimony of Mr. Smith. Does anyone have any objections to that? All right, it is admitted, and Mr. Bartel doesn't have any redirect, so I can't imagine there would be any recross unless you have a question about what I ask. So, anybody have any questions? All right, Mr. Smith, thank you very much for appearing today. We appreciate your time. You are excused. There's a possibility you could be called for rebuttal, but it's probably very unlikely. But thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, we have been going for a while. Anybody need a break? I'm sure the court reporter does.
Yes, please, Judge.
Let's do a 15-minute. It's 3:20 right now, so let's come back at 3:35. Is that right? Yep. 3:35. Let's take a 15-minute break. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm ready when you are, Judge. Judge, I can't hear you if you're speaking to us.
Okay. All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. We are back from our break, and I believe Mr. Bartel has completed all of the testimony of his witnesses. Is that correct, Mr. Bartel?
That is correct.
All right, so now we are moving to, I think we agreed that the city would go next with the city's witnesses. All right, and the first witness will be Mr. Sean Heck, and your title is, I believe, Chief, Deputy Chief?
It's deputy chief now, ma'am. I wasn't
Okay,
interim fire chief for a bit.
okay. All right, Deputy Chief Heck. All right, if you would please raise your right hand. And do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Can you please identify yourself by spelling your name for the court reporter and tell us where you are testifying from and identify who, if anyone, is in the room with you?
I'm Sean Heck, SEAN, last name Heck, HECK. I'm in Las Cruces, New Mexico at the Fire Station 1, and I have nobody here with me.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Ms. Stevens, your witness.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Heck. Do you have before you a document labeled the direct testimony of Sean Heck on behalf of the city of Las Cruces, March 14th, 2025, with the words corrected in red?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that labeled CLC exhibit number B-1 on the bottom?
I have C-1 on mine.
C-1, my mistake here. And is that the testimony that you prepared for submission to the DOT earlier this year?
Yes, ma'am.
Are there a number of exhibits attached to that testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Is what you're looking at a true and correct copy of your testimony and exhibits filed on March 14th, 2025, except for one correction?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you identify that one correction on page C-0026 at the bottom?
Yes, ma'am. On line 10, it just has EP listed in there, and it should be elite.
Okay. Other than making that correction, are there any revisions that you would like to make to pre-file direct testimony at this time concerning your role, your present position as you just referred to the hearing examiner?
Yeah, the biggest one would be the fact is when I did this, I was acting as interim chief while we were going through the process of selecting a new chief. That process went through, and so I am no longer interim chief. I'm now, I went back to being a deputy chief. I'm deputy chief of operations with the fire department now.
And are your duties as deputy chief of operations described in the CV that's attached to your direct testimony?
No, when I did that CV, I was acting as deputy chief of administration.
Oh, okay.
So now I'm shifted into more in charge of operations or 911 response for the system and as well as training as well. Those are the two sides of the department that I oversee.
When you say training, are you talking about the fire academy, or are you talking about training for ongoing, already existing officers?
Yes, it's for all of it. It's training and professional development for the entire department, from academies all the way through to continuing education for medical training and ISO required trainings for the department.
Terrific. And would you, if you're if you were asked the same questions today under oath, and in fact, essentially being done, would you give the same answers today, Mr. Heck?
Yes,
And those answers are true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
yes,
The city moves to admit Exhibit C-1, the corrected direct testimony of Sean Heck.
All right, any objections? All right, admitted. C1 is admitted. All right, I
And-
believe, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And the city passes the witness for cross-examination.
Okay,
you.
thank you. I was just gonna ask, so did we agree that the first cross-exam would start with Elite? Is that how we're gonna go?
I think so.
Yes.
Okay, all right, Mr. Bartel, your witness.
Chief, the city has had its own certificate of authority to provide ambulance transport since May of 2021. Is that correct?
yes, sir.
And as a result of that authority, the city currently possesses the ability of not only transporting 911 patients, but it can also bill for those transports. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So do you recall attending and addressing the March 10, 2025 joint work session between the Las Cruces City Council and the Doña Ana County Commission?
Yes, sir.
And my understanding is that at the time of that meeting, you are the acting city fire chief. Is that right?
Yes, sir, at that time.
Now, you actually spoke to the joint session, correct?
Correct, sir.
Have you had occasion to review the video that's posted on the city's website of that joint work session?
No, sir.
During the time of that work session on March 10, you reported that currently the city fire department is responding and transporting all of the high acuity 911 transports. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Based upon the updated service agreement.
And you also reported to the joint working session that in addition to those high acuity patient transports, the Las Cruces Fire Department was transporting approximately 800 911 patients each month because AMR could not provide capacity for that service, correct?
The number I'm gonna have to say, I think so, the 800, but yeah, we are providing additional transport to the system. 800 seems probably about right. Maybe a little bit high actually per month. But yeah, roughly in that area.
I have a video. Let me refresh your recollection.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the video coming in as evidence on several grounds. One is that it's more prejudicial than probative at this meeting. AMR was not present. There's a lot of discussion in the meeting about political issues and issues that don't have anything to do with interfacility transports. AMR was not present at that meeting, so I'm not sure if Mr. Bartel is planning on entering it in as an exhibit, but at this time I would request that it not be admitted, as we can get what we need from the testimony of Mr. Heck, and we don't. The video is one irrelevant to the issues in the case. They're talking about things like liquidated damages that don't have anything to do with the issues in this case. So I would object to the admission of the video of this meeting.
Okay, Mr. Bartel, are you planning on using excerpts of the video or the entire video?
It is not my plan to play the entire video. This
Okay.
witness has expressed some uncertainty about what he stated in March of 2025. My use at this time is limited to an excerpt where he made some statements just to refresh his recollection.
Okay.
And I
All
do
right.
certainly understand that the entire meeting may not be strictly relevant to the matters before the DOT, but during that meeting, Mr. Hack and several other officials made statements of fact, which I think are pertinent to these proceedings. So
Okay.
I would just be asked to allow to play an excerpt of his speech only, his statement only, on this subject of how many transports the city fire department was doing.
Okay, that's fine. I'll allow that. Oh, go ahead, Ms. Miller.
And Your Honor, I would argue that Mr. Heck has already agreed with what he said in the meeting. So I don't know that it's necessary for him to be cross-examined on that. He's already indicated that it was 800 transports per month.
Well, Madam Hearing Examiner, he was quite equivocal about that and suggested it might be less. So I just want to refresh his recollection about his statement. He can adopt it or he can reject it, of course, as he wishes.
All right, I'm going to allow it. Ms. Stevens, did you have
Basically, I have the same point. If it's to refresh his recollection, that's fine. I don't want the whole thing, and I don't think that he's using to refresh his recollection is going to go into evidence because that's not the point.
Okay. All right. So at this point, we're just going to play the parts for refreshing recollection, and we're not admitting the video as an exhibit at this point.
Judge, if I may get some direction, do I need to write what I hear?
Yes, please. If you can follow along and write from the video. Yes, please.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Okay, are we ready to proceed?
We have that.
Okay.
For those calls that are not our calls, because they're right, we took the emergency, we took the big ones, we took the ones that have the greatest impact on life, like CPR, chest pain, strokes. Those are fire department getting us. The other ones, we're still having to transport in the neighborhood of roughly about 800 a month of those calls that are supposed to be done by AMR just because of lack of availability.
Okay. Chief Heck, does that refresh your recollection as to what you told the working session on March 10, 2025 about the volume of calls aside from the high acuity calls that City Fire is handling each month?
Yes, sir.
Has there been a material change to the 800 non-high acuity calls that the City Fire Department is transporting each month since March of 2025?
Yes, sir.
What's that change been?
They've decreased.
By how much?
Oh, man, I'd have to look that number up. It's in we use a utility that allows us to track the data numbers on those. I'd have to look that up to get that for you.
But you don't know it as we sit here today?
No, I mean, I don't want to hazard that too far out right now because it has changed.
Do you recall during the March 10 joint working session receiving information from Assistant County Manager Stephen Lopez, who stated that the county fire department was transporting 225 patients a month, at least over the last 4 months of 2024 because of unavailability by AMR?
Yes.
Would you agree that the intent of the May 2024 professional services agreement between the city, the county, and AMR is that AMR will respond to all 911 calls and transport them if necessary?
As I said before, previously, not all, no, sir. Again, the fire department in the city of Las Cruces, we take care of our larger, our more critical calls, so not all.
You have Exhibit B9, the slide.
Your Honor, I just heard Mr. Bartelli say he's going to pull up the slide from the meeting. And again, I'd like to object that not come into evidence.
Excuse me, Ms. Miller, I'm not calling up another slide from the meeting. This is Exhibit B9. It's actually the professional services agreement.
Okay.
All right.
I apologize. Thank you.
All right.
Chief, can you see the slide that we now have on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize this paragraph as coming out of Exhibit A to the professional services agreement that was entered into in May of 2024?
Yes, sir.
Now, the first sentence of this paragraph states, all the following transports originating in the exclusive operating area shall be referred to the exclusive agreement holder, who shall be responsible for all responses in ground transports as follows. 1, made in response to 911 PSAP requests. Do you see that reference?
Yes, sir.
And that would actually include all of the high acuity 911 patients that the city is currently taking on to respond to and transport at this time, correct?
By that one line of the language, I would have to agree with your statement, but that's not how the contract is executed.
That may not be how it's being used today, but you would agree that the parties stated, as we are seeing on the screen in the written agreement, that in the first instance, AMR is supposed to be handling all of the 911 responses, including the high acuity patients, correct?
Based upon what's written there, sir, I'm going to have to say what you're saying is accurate, but that's not the way the contract is executed.
And the reason that the city has undertaken to just automatically take all of the high acuity patients is because AMR is not able to provide sufficient resources to respond and transport as rapidly as those high acuity patients need. Isn't that right?
Objection. Mr. Bartel
The
seems
grounds.
but Mr. Bartel seems to be testifying to long and complicated concepts here instead of asking Mr. Heck about, concise bits of information.
Okay, Mr. Bartel, could you rephrase the question in smaller chunks?
GFAC. We start with an agreement that puts the responsibility on AMR to respond to all 911 calls. Isn't that right?
Again, I have a hard time with that word all, sir, because that's not the way the contract was executed or created.
I understand, but that's what the language says, isn't it? All the following
Objection.
transports. Excuse me?
Grounds?
Your Honor, he's not showing the witness the entirety of the applicable language. There's a paragraph right below what he's highlighted here that's readable, that's also relevant.
Okay, could we go ahead and see that then? So that he can answer in the context of the entire 4.1 scope?
You have that full page available.
Yeah. We didn't have it in.
Okay, so Mr. Bartel, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Eh, okay, so the objection has been addressed then, Ms. Miller?
Yes.
Okay, all right, go ahead, Mr. Bartel.
So, Chief Hack, we start with an agreement that refers all of the 911 transports to the agreement holder which is AMR, correct? That's where we start.
Again, even it says it in there that they don't take all.
But an exception follows, which is how the system is operating, where the city fire department is doing all of the high acuity calls, correct?
Correct.
And that exception is necessary because AMR doesn't have the capacity to handle all of the high acuity calls on a timely basis. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Grounds?
Foundation.
Overruled.
So then to answer the question, I don't think capacity is truly the phrasing I would use for that rationale behind that decision making. The decision making was really more as these high acuity calls. Usually, especially like a CPR call, we bring a lot of resources in to manage that kind of call. And when you bring in all those resources together, we find we work better when it's our department who works together. And when we bring in outside agencies, sometimes our communication is not as smooth. It's not as robust. And so with that was one of those areas that when this was being created, those areas that I wanted to see us gain control over were those high acuity calls inside the city. So they stay within the boundaries and within the protocols and within the chain of command of our organization. And that was my number one reason for making a push for that to occur.
You would agree, however, that it was never the intent of the parties that AMR should be depending on the city to transport 800 911 patients each month who are not high acuity.
Objection.
Grounds?
I think that question assumes a lot of information that's not clearly in the record.
Could you repeat the question, Mr. Bartel?
Chief Hack has testified that he advised the joint working session on March 10, 2025, that the city fire department transported 800 patients a month, 911 patients who were not high acuity patients. And my question to him is that was not within the intent of the parties when the PSA was put together. I'm only asking him to testify to what the language in front of him on the slide says versus what is actually happening.
All right, overruled. Mr. Heck, please answer the question.
Yes, ma'am. So to answer your question, yes, sir, we were not looking to have to take those calls. We weren't. That's why the contract had the stipulations inside of it for a time frame in which those calls would when they hit that 2159 benchmark, then they would shift over and become a fire department response for transport.
So from your previous testimony, Chief Hack, it sounds like you were personally involved in negotiating the terms of the professional services agreement that went into effect in May of 2024. Is that correct?
No, sir, and it says it in my testimony. I was not personally involved in the actual deliberation or anything of this. I was more a sounding piece for, at the time, Chief Jason Smith, who was the main fire department representative in that process for us, as a sounding board for him. As somebody who has been involved in the fire department for 22 years and EMS for 27, I have a lot of knowledge and passion for it. And he would come to me and ask me my thoughts and my opinions on things as they were going through, but I was not involved in the actual negotiation.
Based on your understanding of how the professional services agreement was put together, was it within the contemplation of the parties that AMR would be depending on the Doña County Fire Department to respond to and transport 225 calls a month?
Objection.
Grounds.
The witness just testified that he was not present during the negotiations and wasn't part of those negotiations, so he can't testify. He doesn't have the knowledge to testify what was contemplated when the contract was being negotiated.
Sustained.
In terms of how the EMS system in Doña County works, Chief Hack, do you think that the county fire department should be responsible on an ongoing permanent basis for transporting 225 patients a month?
Can you repeat that again? I'm sorry, sir.
I'm talking about the EMS system as a whole. And I think even in your current role, that's a main focus of your responsibilities, correct?
Yes, sir.
So EMS system as a whole for Doña County. Is it part of the EMS system's normal operating expectations and plan that the county fire department would be responding to and transporting 225 patients a month on a permanent, ongoing basis?
I would probably have to hedge and say no on that, more based upon the fact is we have a contract with an entity that's supposed to provide those services, but we have to be prepared for those incidences when that resource isn't available, and we don't want our patients or our citizens paying the price for that. And so we will step up and transport them when needed.
And the party that's contracted to provide those services is American Medical Response, correct?
Yes, sir.
So do you recall reporting to the joint working session on March 10, 2025 about AMR's compliance with the mandatory response times set forth in the professional services agreement?
I do.
And is it correct that you reported that AMR was only 45% compliant with those mandatory response times?
Yes, sir. But I also tempered that with that it was what we call unverified report. And I made sure I stated that it was an unverified report, because there's a system in place that's listed out in the PSA that talks about that verification of information. At that point, we were still working on getting that finalized.
One of the other subjects that was discussed by you during the working session was this concept that things might have gotten so bad that the city and the county might actually have to take over the 911 system from AMR. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir. That was discussed.
In that time frame, did you actually prepare a plan whereby the city and the county would essentially take over 911 work entirely?
Yes, sir. We have had a plan for years, actually, sir. It's something that any fire department would do in the execution of our due diligence to be prepared for contingency plans. We have a plan, sure. Yes, sir. But we've had that plan around since I started 20 years ago. We update it to meet local needs, demands, call volume, and all that. But we definitely have that.
But the reason that it came up on March 10, 2025 during the joint work session was because there was concern that AMR's performance on the 911 responses was really not adequate. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And one way to enable AMR to be more responsive to 911 calls is for there to be more capacity in the system to handle the overall call volume. Isn't that right?
I would say that would go without saying, sir. Like for the system to respond better, more units, more people, more availability will definitely help that process along, without a doubt.
Do you recall during the joint work session there being a discussion about the liquidated damages that the city is claiming against AMR?
Yes, sir.
Were you involved in providing data whereby the liquidated damages could be calculated?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you to take a look at Exhibit B8.
Your Honor, I believe B8 is the slide that was presented at the meeting, and I'm going to object to having that admitted. It projects liquidated damages that have not been agreed to or finalized, and it's based on evidence that is not accurate.
Madam Hearing Examiner, Ms. Miller can cross-examine the witness as she needs to if it turns out this information is subject to being questioned. But this slide is what was presented to the City Council and the County Commission. So my questions to him only have to do with his part of that information.
I'll allow it. Go ahead, Ms. Miller.
I was just going to say, it's not been established that this witness is the one that formulated that slide, or that witness is the one that presented the information in that slide.
Okay, well, that can all come out in your questioning of him. All right. So are you just presenting the slide, which is it B7 or B8? I'm sorry.
It's B8. It's a standalone exhibit.
Okay, so are we having it admitted at this time, or are you just using it to refresh his testimony?
Well, I would like to ask him some questions, and then I will move to admit.
Okay, go ahead.
So Chief Heck, do you recall seeing this slide being shown during the March 10, 2025 meeting?
Yes, sir.
Did you have the ability to verify the accuracy of the amounts that are listed for Q1, Q2, and Q3 as shown on this slide?
Yes, sir. Those amounts were submitted by a collaborative effort between me and Chief Daniels, and going over the initial look at the data. But again, I mentioned this a little bit ago. It is uncontested. During the time of this, it was an uncontested amount. We hadn't gone through the process as listed in the PSA for AMR to be able to contest the damages. It was a data point that was requested by the city manager to see where we sit right now. And that was presented to him.
And so, sort of in the sense of due process, if AMR disagrees with any of these claimed liquidated damages, it can then bring forth additional evidence that might change these numbers. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. And it's listed in the PSA how that process goes for their exemption requests.
Now, the total of the liquidated damages that the city is claiming at this time is $2.29 million, correct?
I believe based upon those numbers there, my quick math in my head seems to be about right.
So the three most recent quarters, would the last quarter have been, the quarters, are you timing those from when the professional services agreement went into effect?
Yes, sir. In March, that was pretty much, we were starting at March 1, 2024, and then moving through the quarters based upon that start date.
Well, if it was May, I think it's May, subject to check, but May of 2024 is when the PSA went into effect.
Yes, sir, but it was post-dated back to March 1. There was an agreement that was created that where we did that because that's actually when the contract was agreed upon. It just took a while to get all the signature processes and all those things done. At least that's what I was told by Chief Smith before he retired. So he says, yeah, it shows May 1, but it actually was reverted to an actual start date of March 1. So that's when our quarter started, sir.
So Q1, for purposes of this slide, that began on March 1 of 2024.
Yes, sir.
And so Q3 would have ended on December 31, 2024. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that if AMR was in fact complying with the response time targets of the PSA, the city would not be claiming liquidated damages in the amount of $2.29 million at this time?
Yes, sir.
Now, you've expressed an opinion in your direct testimony about whether there's a need for additional interfacility transport services, correct?
Yes, sir. I did.
Is it your understanding that the PSA also covers interfacility transports?
It did in the essence that it was designed to make the 911 call more important than the IFT. Because there were sometimes concerns about what was viewed as the more important call for the system. And sometimes if units were not available on an IFT to run the 911 call. So we wanted to address that with this new contract.
So is it your understanding that under the PSA, there are 3 classes of interfacility transport service: emergency, non-emergency, and prearranged transport?
Yes, sir. Under the venue of availability of units, I believe we listed that out in that PSA to say when, at what time could a unit be taken off of 911 response to go take an IFT. I believe, again, I'm trying to remember it. I think they had to have 2 units available unless it was an emergent IFT.
So if the call is for an emergency interfacility transport, it's actually going to be treated just like a 911 call. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. It's just it won't. Generally those weren't going through the PSAP through MRVDA, the Mississippi Valley Regional Dispatch Authority. That could be a call in from anybody for those. It's a critical patient that needs to get transported right away to, usually from like LTAC or someplace like that to the hospital is usually what those hit, or from the airport to the hospitals.
And then if the call is for a non-emergency but still medically necessary call, then the response time set out in the PSA is 120 minutes from the time of request, correct?
Yeah, I believe that was put in there to kind of add a little bit. We're trying to we understand the needs of the IFT and how important it is for the other healthcare entities involved, that we have that there's units available to do those IFTs. And so we just wanted to make sure we kind of captured a little bit of that.
And the final category and the interfacility transport field of the PSA has to do with prearranged transports that require a 6-hour advance notice, correct?
I believe so, sir. I think that sounds about right. I don't remember the 6-hour notice part, but I do remember the prearranged.
But we can look at the language, but it's my understanding, and subject to correction, that if they are asking for prearranged transport and they give 6 hours of notice, that the response has to be within 15 minutes of the agreed scheduled time. Is that your understanding?
I'm gonna be honest with you, sir, I don't remember it that cleanly because IFTs are not really our venue. We don't dispatch them, we don't handle those parts of it. It was just making sure the IFT didn't impact availability for 911 units.
But you will defer to whatever is expressly stated in the professional services agreement on this point, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So there's also a provision in the professional services agreement whereby non-emergency interfacility transports can be delayed or quote pended in quote if there are not enough units available to provide a response, correct?
Yes, sir. And that was the part that I have a greater recollection for. I believe it was they couldn't send somebody unless there was two units available in the central.
Madam Hearing Officer? Not necessarily objection. I would just ask that Mr. Bartel, when he's referring to specific portions of the professional service agreement, if he can reference the bait stamp so that we can understand what part he's referring to.
Okay. All right. Good idea, Mr. Bartel.
The last questions have to do with the part of the PSA found in paragraph 4.5D. And so these provisions are found at B0547 through B-0549.
And I guess I'm sorry, Madam Henry. I guess I just, because again, Mr. Bartel, you're referring to specific provisions. If you could be a little bit more specific. I did find where the general provisions, but that was numerous pages. And so again, when you're asking me questions, just so I can follow along.
And does Chief Deputy Hack, does he have this available to him so that he can refer to it? Or
Yes,
do we need to put it up on the, oh, you do?
No, I have our contract. It's our contract.
Oh, okay. All right. Do you know what section of the contract he's asking questions from?
I do, ma'am.
Okay. All right. All right. Mr. Bartel, could you ask the question again, please?
Actually, there wasn't a question on the table.
Oh,
Roybal
okay.
just had a request, so let me ask one.
Okay.
Feedback. So with respect to pended calls, delayed calls for lack of unit availability, is it true that the city does not track how many or how often calls are pended in the system?
Inside the system, no, sir. There's no medium for us to track those type of calls.
And AMR has not provided information to the city about how many or how frequently calls are pended. Is that correct?
We do have the IFT meetings where those are discussed, where they
The
talk
pending
about
calls?
Yes, sir. The calls and well, more related to their response, the time, and break it down by the call type or the transfer type, I should say. And so how many of those, what's the response time for those, how many are they take, how many are canceled, and all those types of information is shared in that meeting.
Let's talk about what we have marked as Exhibit B14, which is a set of notes that are labeled as, quote, Sean Heck IFT notes, end quote. This is also, it's also been identified as CLC Exhibit 1-8A, and is Bates numbered B0666 through 668.
Okay.
Can you show that?
And I have access to that too.
B14. Chief Eck, do you recognize these notes?
Yes, sir, I do.
And were all of them prepared by you in the sense that there are several meetings that are noted here?
Yes, sir. Basically, it's through my cell phone. I use Samsung Notes, and so I would just do the date of the meeting, and then tidbits that I would grab from there, and then as I made meetings, a new note I'd create based upon the date of the meeting. You can see I have gaps in here where I wasn't. There's meetings I missed.
So the dates that are noted, for instance, the first one appears to be August 7, 2024. Is that a date of the IFT stakeholder meeting?
Yes, sir. That was my first one to attend. It was at that time I was transitioned from a battalion chief to deputy chief of administration, and that person who's in that role, which we now have somebody new in it, is in charge of the management of the contract and establishing the IFT and the AOC meetings. So that was kind of in my wheelhouse. So yeah, so I started to attend those meetings. They were created before me though.
When you say it was created before, you were talking about the stakeholder group, as it were?
Yeah, the IFT and the AOC were both meetings that were started before my time. I just came in and took it over.
So I think there was a question earlier, and it might have come from the hearing examiner, about whether or not official meetings and agendas are kept for the IFT stakeholder meetings. What is your understanding on that point?
No, this was never, we never approached this as an official meeting. It was an opportunity to bring stakeholders in the region, mainly in the city, to come in and talk about IFTs. And really what I found was probably the most beneficial is the ability to explain processes to people like from the hospice centers and the hospitals, able to interject to their, but also tell their story too, to AMR as well, as about some of the struggles their delays are causing, but also to explain why there's delays and making sure there's a good understanding. And then for mainly they were run by AMR. We just set them up at AMR to actually, because they were the ones who were providing the information from the meeting. And so that's really what this was. It's supposed to be a very informal meeting. It was not designed to be anything with, like, we don't follow any Robert's Rules of Orders. We don't do anything of that. There's no minutes. There's none of that stuff. This is just sharing of information is all it really was, and giving a platform for people in that area to come together to talk, to work out any sort of problems or issues that they're seeing.
So to your recollection, would City Fire send a representative to these meetings on a regular basis?
Yes, sir. And the notes I sent were from all those people who would attend those.
And what about County Fire Department? Do they typically send a representative?
To the IFT one, no, not really. I'll be honest with you, I don't even remember. We didn't do any sort of rosters or anything else like that for that one. It was just, again, it was such an unofficial thing. So the county they would send maybe one person from the county, but not actually from County Fire. So
I see.
I recall.
And of course, there'd be a representative or maybe more than one from AMR.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There was Kenny's the one who ran it most of the time. Kenny.
Do you remember any of the other client or customer entities, the healthcare facilities in Indiana County who have regularly attended the IFT stakeholder meetings?
The hospice generally had a good presence there. Of course, the hospitals themselves too as well. Peak Behavioral was also involved in there, that I can recall right off the top of my head.
Was there any participation by ambulance companies that are not authorized to do business in Doña Ana County?
Well, EP was there, right? EP was, but they're not. I mean, I think right now it seems they're trying to get that ambulance process going, but they also have other businesses, other stake or in the IFT game as well. So that's why they were there for a couple of them too as well. Again, we didn't take roll call or anything. Again, it was a very unofficial thing, so I don't remember most of those.
Well, let me turn your attention specifically to Exhibit B14. So the notes for August of 2024, you note that there is something called transport.net. Could you explain what that is?
Oh, that was a program from AMR that they were looking to get running for the hospitals and the high transfer users, to try to give them a way to schedule and do a better scheduling of the IFTs, and so they can also track status too, but like kind of where they're sitting in the queue, kind of thing. That's my understanding of it. It was a program really by AMR for AMR, and Kenny was just talking about its implementation in these meetings. He would use that platform to discuss it.
Does the city fire department have regular access to transport.net?
Oh, no. Oh, no, sir. Not at all.
So turning your attention to the next meeting that you're reporting on, this is September 4, 2024. There's a category for staffing numbers. Is this information coming from AMR's representative?
Yes. Yes, sir.
And these are these basically the number of units that they have available?
No, sir. Those were the new additions coming in. Like they were like 3 new basics were coming in. They had 2 of their people who were listed as the I believe Rob mentioned the driver, right? The ambulance driver category, and they were moving to get their EMT, and they were actually with us in our basic academy that we were doing at the time. So they were able to, our EMT academy, so they're able to get that done. That's all. Okay. It's just talking about new blood coming into the organization, sir.
So if we drop down a little bit further, there's another category called 139 scheduled. What do you recall what category of interfacility transport work this was addressed to?
No, sir. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't remember truly what I was alluding to. It was the part below it that I was I think more taken to his understanding about it. And that was one of those, when I said we were trying to make sure everybody understood what causes sometimes delays, this was one area that AMR was wanted to bring to our attention, was that they have these, of their 139 scheduled, 75 of those were what they call that wait and return, where they would have to sit and wait for the patient to do whatever they're doing and then take them back. So that would tie up the unit for some of the neighborhood about 3 hours.
The last sentence on that page says, quote, wait times through Dallas call station, unit assigned time, 3 hours, 26 minutes. At least that's how I'm reading it. Is that what you meant to say?
Yeah, but what they were alluding to is that sometimes when a call comes into their Dallas center, that the clock start time begins right when they receive it, but it may be scheduled for a couple hours later, or 3 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours later. I think even Rob mentioned that with their service, that sometimes you get the call, doesn't mean you're actually going right then and there. It's scheduled for 5 hours. They're trying to schedule ahead. Well, it adds to their response time. That's something he was trying to bring in, that they're averaging under those somewhere around 3 hours and 26 minutes added to that response time. What he was Is what, if I remember correctly, what Kenny was trying to state with that.
So is it your understanding that if a facility in Dungeon County needs an interfacility transport, they're gonna place a call and it's gonna be handled by a call station in Dallas?
That was my understanding, sir, at that time.
So if we go to the second page, can you show that? At the very top, can you enlarge this at all? There we go. At the very top, there's another reference to quote, hospice for patients, quote, forgotten, end quote, quote. What is your recollection about the discussion around the four forgotten patients?
I'm gonna be honest, sir, I don't remember. I don't remember if AMR said it or if hospice was bringing it as something. Because again, like I said, there's all the stakeholders are there and just grabbing some thoughts, and I don't remember what that one was in. I think it was something that I was thinking about making sure I pay attention to in the further meetings to see if those things continue down the line.
But you would agree that it would certainly not be appropriate for any patients to be forgotten in this.
No, sir, not at all. I would agree with that.
Let's see. Let me skip down to the entry for December 4, 2024. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
So there are a number of different statistics being reported here. There's one that starts out unit assigned time. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what times are actually being reported here?
So if I'm trying to recall it, so is around this time they started kind of breaking out their report a little bit in their time and basically looking at how many calls were in a 2-hour window and a 3 to 4 hour window and a 4 to 6 hour window and that 6-hour window. Like how many calls actually fell within there? Because in the past, like they were reporting just a basic, just an average, right? Just the mean, and means can be skewed by extreme small and extreme long. And so basically, it was at this point they started kind of listing out how many calls were done within those time frames.
Do you know whether this had to do with non-emergency interfacility transports or prearranged transfers?
I don't know the delineation of those numbers in that time frame. I don't, sir. It was just raw numbers.
Let's go to the next page. So here there's the third line down, states quote, hospital data on those that wait longer than 5 hours, 200 plus a month at MMC. Is that Memorial Medical Center? Is that what that stands for?
Yes, sir. For the hospital there. That, if I remember correctly, this was a point that the representative for MMC brought forward in his concerns.
You would agree that a 5-hour wait time for interfacility transports is not appropriate?
I would like to see that improve. So yes, I don't believe that's a good time frame at all for the hospital or the patient or for the system.
So let me ask you to take a look at what we've marked as Exhibit B16. Can you show him that? This is Bates numbered 067, B 0671 through B 0674. Mr. Eck, these notes appear to have been prepared by a person named Kyle Kozlonsky. Do you know who Kyle Kozlonsky is?
Yes, he's a lieutenant in the organization. He serves as our compliance officer. And basically his responsibility, he serves to be, manages our quality improvement as one of his major jobs. And he's also like, if I can't attend, he goes. Like, that's kind of, he's that backup for that. He's basically focused on the EMS side of our organization and tracking of our performance and providing data. And then as our representative in many meetings inside of the city for related to the EMS side of our organization.
So the notes that we see here by Mr. Kozlowski, they were prepared in the normal course of the fire department's activities, specifically with respect to the IFT stakeholders meetings?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much no different than me, sir. He would attend and then he would take notes. Sometimes some of our dates will align because we were both there together, but then some dates he was there when I couldn't be there.
Are these notes, including your notes, are they kept as department records in the normal course of the department's record keeping?
No, sir. No, again, this was an unofficial meeting that really was just an opportunity to have a conversation with stakeholders. It was never designed or looked at or even wanted to be a formal full meeting where we capture these notes and we track them and save them and retain them and any of those things like that.
Well, the city produced these notes, as you can see at the bottom. It was originally, this exhibit was originally identified as City LC Exhibit 1-8 sub paragraph C or sub C. Do you know where these notes came from?
Kind of the same way I did mine. I think Kaz actually writes his. I can't attest to him too as much. I believe he writes his, and then he basically took them. When I said when we were notified by our lawyer that these were being requested as part of discovery, and if we had them, that to please turn them over, and we did. So I believe he converted his to typing so people can read it because his handwriting's pretty poor.
Let me ask you to take a look at the second page of this exhibit, B0672. About a quarter of the way down the page, there's a statement, AMR's focus, and then it states, quote, AMR has emphasized that IFTs are currently prioritized over 911 calls, end quote. Do you see that?
I do, sir.
In your hearing, did AMR ever make a statement like that?
No, sir.
Did you ever discuss this with Mr. Kozlowski?
No, sir.
In your capacity with the fire department with a focus on operations of the EMS system, do you think it's appropriate if AMR is emphasizing interfacility transports and prioritizing them over 911 calls?
No.
Objection.
Grounds?
I think
Your Honor, he's asking him about a statement made in notes that are hearsay. They're not part of officially kept by the city. And these notes were not taken by Mr. Heck. So he cannot testify regarding the accuracy of anything that was said in that meeting about whether AMR has emphasized that IFTs are currently prioritized over 911 calls. So he doesn't have any knowledge about that statement being made, or that was the practice.
Okay, Mr. Barta.
Objection.
Oh, go ahead.
Madam,
My witness.
Wait a minute, let's let Miss Stevens go first.
My witness. I understand that Mr. Bartel may ask Mr. Heck theoretically or hypothetically whether it would be appropriate, but the way that question was worded, it did, at least in my hearing, and I'd have to have it replayed, be certain, seem to assume or build in the conclusion that that AMR was currently prioritizing AMR IFT calls. And as Ms. Miller pointed out, that's hearsay. And indeed, Mr. Heck just testified that he personally never heard anything to that effect, and he did not discuss that fact or that alleged fact in Mr. When based on Mr. Kozlowski's notes or with Mr. Kozlowski. It could be just a typographical error that when he was transcribing his own notes. We don't have the witness here, as Mr. Heck testified. These notes were pulled out of everybody's cell phones or whatever when we were asked to see. We did our best to answer discovery responses, and Mr. Heck did a really good job of remembering his own rather short comments. I think you'll find some from Chief Daniels also in here, but we're getting far afield here unless the question is made entirely hypothetically.
Okay, I agree. Mr. Bartel, could you, if you care to ask your question in the form of a hypothetical, you can do that, and Chief Deputy Heck can answer.
Chief Heck, I think you previously have established that your current responsibilities at the city fire department is with respect to operations. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you are deeply personally currently involved in the operating efficiency of the EMS system, correct?
Yes, sir.
So would it ever be appropriate for purposes of the EMS system overall for AMR to emphasize interfacility transports over 911 calls?
Generally, that's going to be a no, sir. The only time I would ever even tender that is if it was an emergency IFT, where someone is in a critical state, having to be transported from either the airport to the hospital or from a skilled nursing unit to the hospital. Outside of those, no, sir. No IFT should ever take priority over 911.
Madam Hearing Examiner, can I interrupt for 1 minute just to ask about timing?
Right, I was just looking at the clock myself, yes. Mr. Bartel, do you think you can finish up in the next 10 to 15 minutes?
Yes, I will
Okay.
definitely finish with this witness in the next, probably less than that. Chief Heck, looking again at that same page towards the bottom, this has to do with the IFT stakeholder meeting on December 4, 2024. Were you also at that meeting?
Can you repeat the date again, sir?
The December 4, 2024, I think.
I was, sir. That was on
the
my
previous.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So in these notes, at a meeting at which you were in attendance, there's a statement made towards the bottom, quote, according to Todd at NMMC, the average wait time for floor transfers is 15.5 hours. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall Todd at MMC reporting that kind of wait time for floor transfers?
No, sir. I have it written as 5 hours, sir.
Okay.
Todd, that's the MMC. That's the same one that I had in my note. I had it as 5 hours, sir. So.
So a floor transfer, what is your understanding of that term?
Somebody who's out of the like critical venues, such as like someone in ICU or someone from post surgery that needs to be transported to a higher level of care. That would be the people who are up on the floor, who are stable, been stabilized. They're I guess now healthy enough to be discharged home or back to wherever they're home.
So if you've got a wait time, even 5 hours for a discharge transport like this, that means that if that's the only bed that is going to come up and be available for a new patient, the new patient's going to have to wait for the 5 hours to clear that bed, right?
Yes, sir.
And you would agree that that's not a good thing for the EMS system overall, to have patients stuck in beds when they could be discharged?
Yes, sir. Agreed.
So you've stated in your direct testimony that it is your opinion that there is no need for the interfacility transport service that Elite Medical Transport wants to provide in Doñana County, correct?
Objection. That's a very general statement. Where in his testimony does he say that?
Well, let me turn you to starting on page 19 of the direct testimony of GPAC. This is Bates numbered C0020, and I think the relevant testimony extends to page 21, which is Bates numbered C0022. So, Mr. Chief Hack.
Mm-hmm.
So specifically, a question was asked of you starting on page 20, line 11. And it says, question, turning again to the requirement of NMSA 1978, section 65-2A-13C1, for the applicant to prove that its proposed service is directly responsive to a public need and demand. Do you believe that the service that Elite is proposing is directly responsive to an identified public need and demand? Answer, no. Elite's proposal to provide 3,400 to 3,900 interfacility transfers annually does not seem to be directly responsive to a public need and demand. Do you see that testimony, Chief?
Yes, sir.
Do you want to change it in any respect today?
No, sir.
But you would agree that unless there's more capacity provided in the Doñana County EMS system, the kind of wait times that are being reported in the interfacility transport stakeholders meetings, those wait times are not going to get better, are they?
No, sir.
So other than AMR finding a way to hire more EMTs, drivers, and putting more units on the road, the only other option is to authorize a provider like Elite Medical Transport to provide more capacity. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, sir. I would agree.
All right, I will pass the witness.
All right, well, we are at 4:49 and we had a hard stop at 5 o'clock for Mr. Herman. So unless somebody can do their cross-exam in 10 minutes, we're probably gonna call it a day. Can anybody do cross-exam in 10 minutes? Okay, all right, well, let's just go ahead and adjourn for the day. We'll come back tomorrow morning and we'll start first thing in the morning with the, we'll start with, let's see, AMR cross-exam, followed by the city, followed by the county, followed by DOT. And
That would be
And-
the city at the end redirecting.
oh, do you want to do the, okay, so
No,
it'll
I'm
be.
not cross-examining my own witnesses, I understand.
Right, sorry. Okay, so it'll be AMR and the county and DOT, and then the city will redirect. So hopefully we can finish up with Chief Deputy or Deputy Chief Heck tomorrow. I don't want to go much more than an hour on him because we need to get to Mr. Daniels, and I'm sure it'll take a while for him as well. And we still have, after Mr. Daniels, we still have 4 witnesses. So we gotta hustle through this. But is everybody ready to prepare or prepared to begin at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning?
Madam
Yes.
Chair, I would
Sure.
just ask
Mhm.
a quick question here.
Uh-huh.
So that we can, everybody can trim their cross-examination, are you setting time limits on the witnesses? Because
I think I'm gonna have to, yes.
you tried and we're not telling you what we didn't enforce. I just want to know where we're going.
Like I said, let's plan on having Mr. Heck's testimony completed tomorrow. If we start promptly at 9, let's have it completed by, let's see, we have 1, 2, 3. Let's have it completed by 10:30, and then we'll start on Mr. Daniels. I'd like to get Mr. Daniels done before we go out to lunch. And then we'll have to somehow get the remaining 4 witnesses in the afternoon. Does that sound reasonable?
Madam Hearing Examiner, did I misunderstand? I thought we were losing the court reporter at noon tomorrow. Is that still an issue?
He is, we are losing Mr. Lee, but replacement will be joining us after he has to leave. So
All right.
we will have a court reporter again until 5 o'clock.
Okay.
So can we all agree that we're gonna finish up with Deputy Chief Heck in by 10:30? We'll do Mr. Daniels before lunch. We'll get him in before lunch. And then we'll take lunch and then we'll squeeze everybody else in the afternoon. Does that sound good? Okay, that's the plan.
We'll have to do it.
Yeah, we'll have to do it. Yeah, we'll have to do it. All right, everyone, thank you very much for attending today and appreciate everyone's professionalism. And I will see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you.